Chapter 401. Execute Heavenly Punishment. When Su Ming spoke, the eyeball grew larger, continuing to move forward, and swiftly became the size of a fist. Red capillaries spread all over its surface, and the 8 trigrams appeared faintly on it. Due to its unique appearance, the eyeball gave off a strange and savage presence. The instant Su Ming flung that eyeball forward, a faint glint appeared in DTN's eyes, but he did not stop even for a moment. He simply continued with his actions, as if there was no one and no power in the world that could make him stop even for a single moment if he wanted to continue advancing forward. Even the ancient art of Hidden Dragon sect could not do so. Besides, even if the ancient art had a great reputation for its power, the old man from Hidden Dragon sect had only been able to cast a shred of that art. Even if the red-haired Su Ming could push it slightly closer to perfection, it still could not compare to the true form of the ancient art. Yet even so, since it was an ancient art, it was of an incredibly high level among all the divine abilities and arts. The power it contained was enough to destroy the sky and earth. Once that eyeball swelled up, the 8 trigrams within flashed, and a dark power shot out from inside. At the same time that power spread out, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Mumbling sounds could be heard echoing in the air, causing people to be unable to hear what was being said clearly. The sounds grew louder and the number of voices increased. Eventually, they reached a volume so shocking it could shake the sky and earth, deafening the ears. It was as if there was an endless amount of invisible people in the area mumbling at the same time. Right then, the 8 trigrams in the eyeball started turning slowly, increasing in speed, and in the blink of an eye, the eyeball could no longer be seen clearly. With his ever-calm face, DTN walked over, as if he was completely unconcerned by the strangeness of the eyeball and the endless mumbling voices around him. He merely formed a seal with his right hand, and as he moved forward, he pointed at that eyeball with it. "I am the heavens. All manner of living exists beneath the sky. Under my rule, all the living are given different souls. If I am unwilling, I can retrieve those souls, heavenly deprivation of souls." The moment DTN calmly said those words, without a shred of emotion, he pointed at the eyeball in the air with his right index finger. The instant he did so, the turning of the 8 trigrams in the eyeball started slowing down, and the mumbling voices around them that had just reached a certain volume instantly showed signs of weakening, becoming much softer. By the looks of it, it would only take the span of a few breaths before they would completely disappear. Su Ming's expression immediately darkened. He was once again shocked by DTN's power. As his expression changed, he instantly bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood, then let out a low shout. "Hidden, shatter, execution of justice, explode." The instant Su Ming's words were spoken, the blood capillaries in the eyeball shone with a red glare and a large amount of light spread through the eyeball. It exploded abruptly, and the swirling 8 trigrams within broke away. Once they absorbed the force of the eyeball's explosion, the 8 trigrams continued swirling. They then charged towards DTN with a howl. At the same time, the volume of the mumbling voices around the area increased exponentially. All of them rushed towards DTN, causing a large amount of ripples and distortions to appear around him. Su Ming knew that it was difficult for this art to have a great effect on DTN. However, it should be able to hold him back for several breaths. Su Ming did not bother looking at the outcome of the ancient art. He swiftly moved back, and as he did so, he started forming seals with his hands. His red hair shone with an enchanting glow, and the crimson hue in his eyes was even more brilliant. In fact, his entire body, including his skin, was shining with such a bright shade of red that it seemed to illuminate the sky. That shade of red was like blood, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. "I don't believe that I can't even kill your projection." A ferocious expression appeared on Su Ming's face. As he formed seals, he turned around abruptly, transforming into a red whirlwind. Howling sounds reverberated in the air, and a large amount of bloody spots immediately appeared on Su Ming's skin. Once those blood spots appeared, a large amount of fresh blood seeped out of his skin, and right at the moment that blood appeared, it was immediately sucked into the whirlwind. After several breaths, a layer of blood fog filled the entire area outside the red whirlwind. It was Su Ming's blood. Blood art. Su Ming's voice came from within the whirlwind. At that moment, his face was pale. Most of his blood had been forced out of his body to cast the forbidden divine ability that he could only cast when he was at the peak of his condition. The moment Su Ming spoke up, the whirlwind, inside of which he was in, came to an abrupt halt, and once the whirlwind froze for an instant, the blood fog used the whirlwind's turning force to spread out. It covered the entire sky, dyeing it instantly red. At the same time, Su Ming stomped downwards with his right foot and threw himself higher, disappearing into the blood fog. Purge the heavens. When Su Ming disappeared into the sky, it was as if the sky roared. The instant muffled buzzing sound spread out, the blood fog started multiplying swiftly. It only took an instant for the fog to increase so much that it turned into a wave of blood. With the sky as the sea, and with crimson as its color, the entire sky turned into an endless sea of blood. That sea roared and raged in the sky, bringing up a large amount of furious waves. From the distance, this scene was like the apocalypse, and if anyone saw it, their hearts would tremble in disbelief. From the sea of blood that filled the entire sky, a gigantic face protruded. It covered about half of the sea, and that face belonged to Su Ming. It was as if the sea of blood was his hair and his body had become so big it could not be measured. He stood in the sky like the might of heaven itself and roared at DTN, then, bringing the sea of blood with him, he charged. At that moment, the distortions and ripples caused by the endless mumbling voices from the hidden execution of justice disappeared around DTN, revealing his body within. He lifted his right hand, and on his palm were the 8 trigrams that had charged towards him while spinning. Holding the 8 trigrams in his hand, he lifted his head to look at the sky. He curled his right hand into a fist, and the 8 trigrams immediately crumbled, turning into an endless amount of fragments that fell and scattered away. They turned into glittering sparks of light that shone for a moment before they faded away and disappeared. With a swing of mine arm, I can submerge the sun and moon. How dare thou art use tainted blood to stain the sky ere me? With a calm expression on his face, DTN spoke with a dull tone, and as he did so, he swung his arm towards the sky, right in the face of the rapidly incoming sea of blood and Su Ming's bloody figure within. That one swing immediately caused his emperor's robe to shine, before fading off a little. Some wrinkles also appeared on his skin, but it would be difficult to notice unless someone looked closely. However, clearly, while this swing of the arm intending to submerge the sun and moon might seem easy to do, in truth, to DTN, this was not an ordinary swing of his arm. Golden light erupted forth from his body. Following the movements of his swing, the golden light appeared and spread swiftly in the sky above him, seemingly turning into a gigantic golden sea under that sea of blood. There was a colossal amount of power contained within that gigantic golden sea. If the sea of blood gave others a feeling that the red-haired Su Ming was an evil incarnate, then compared to the strangeness of the sea of blood, if anyone was watching by the side, they would feel that DTN was filled with righteousness and justice. A large amount of waves churned in that golden sea, and as it continued closing in on that sea of blood, its appearance changed into that of a sleeve. It was a golden sleeve formed by the golden sea. It swung at the incoming sea of blood. Both crashed into each other in an instant. A shocking boom resounded in the sky and spread through a small part of the land of the shamans, causing the ground to tremble. As the sound spread, all the powerful warriors in the land of the shamans noticed it, all the powerful warriors in the land of the berserkers sensed it, and they were all shaken to the core. The booming sounds continued to reverberate in the air, and the sea of blood in the sky was destroyed. When that golden sleeve swung at it, it shattered, and once it turned back into the blood fog, it crumbled once again. Eventually, the fragmented blood fog gathered in midair and turned back into Su Ming. Blood trickled down the corners of Su Ming's lips. His face was pale, and that fiery red hair of his had also become dull. There were multiple tears on his robes, and once he formed, he was forced back several thousands of feet. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood, and a crimson glare appeared in his eyes. I can't accept this. It's impossible that I can't even fight against a clone of his. Su Ming stared at DTN, who stood in the distance. The strength of this DTN had surpassed what he was in his faded memories. It made him feel bitter, but at the same time, also incredibly disgruntled. DTN's face was still as aloof as ever. He lifted his foot and walked towards Su Ming. Since the start, he had been like this, taking his time doing everything, like a king walking in his own world. It was as if even if the sky crumbled and the earth shattered, he would not show a hint of emotion. Perhaps there was truly nothing in the world that could affect him in the slightest bit. Since thou art unwilling to be sealed, I wilt grant thy wish. I wilt scatter thy soul and separate thy spirit from this body. Thou hast breathed thy last breath far into the past, yet due to mine seal, I allowed thee to escape heaven's punishment. Now, as thou wilt be scattered away, thou must receive heaven's punishment once again. I am the heavens, and I shall bestow unto thee heaven's punishment. DTN spoke slowly, and as he walked towards Su Ming, he lifted his right hand and swung it at the sky. Thou art not a soul of this land. There is no need for the berserkers, heavens to execute their punishment unto thee. Times hath changed, and the heavens now belong to the immortals. With a swing of DTN's arm, a strange change appeared in the sky. It suddenly darkened, and this was not due to the sky being covered up. Instead, the sky which could be seen had turned into night, as if the sun and moon had reversed their positions. Stars shone in the sky, but those stars grew indistinct, and some of them began moving. In the blink of an eye, a shocking sight appeared in the sky. The stars were enough to make any shaman or berserker feel that they were unfamiliar with them when they looked up. This was no longer the sky belonging to the berserker tribe. The sky caused all the immortals in the land of South Morning show expressions of fear and confusion, because this sky belonged to the immortals. If the real Su Ming was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that the sky was almost the exact same as the illusionary starry sky that appeared above Dark Mountain in the past when his elder had used the flagpole and changed the sky. Chapter 402, Dragon Veins of Earth. The sight of DTN changing the sky with just a swing of his sleeve fell into the red-haired Su Ming's eyes, and great bitterness appeared on his face. So his power has already reached this level. This is the power equivalent to that of a Lord of World Plane. But even so, I won't give up. So what if he's a Lord of World Plane? The red-haired Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and forced down the bitterness in his heart. A determined look appeared on his face. He did not bother himself with DTN casting his art. Instead, he took a step towards the ground and landed on the land several tens of thousands away. The earth was soft, and since it lost some of its soul, Su Ming felt as if he was stepping on mud once he landed, and half of his body sank into the soil. He chose to sit down cross-legged. Placing his hands on the earth beside him, he closed his eyes, and mumbling sounds started falling off his lips. At that moment, DTN was looking at Su Ming's actions coldly. Once he swung his right arm and changed the sky, he pushed against the sky with all 5 of his fingers. The heaven's punishment is divided in 9 levels of yang and 9 levels of yin. With thy sins, thou shalt bear the punishment of 6 levels of yang and 7 levels of yin. Death is assured at the 3rd day of the 6 upon 7 days of punishment. The first day is the punishment of the dragon of yin. As DTN spoke, the wind of yin instantly stirred up in the sky of the immortals. That wind of yin had physical form and contained a faint, greenish hue. As it gathered in the sky, the greenish hue reflected the light of the stars, turning into a long dragon, and it immediately started pacing about in the sky while letting out low, ferocious growls. Once a dragon of yin appeared, a large amount of wind of yin gathered together, and gradually, more dragons of yin appeared in succession, as the greenish hue of the wind reflected the light of the stars. Eventually, there were 9 dragons of yin, and they started roaring at the ground from the sky. Their voices boomed, and a destructive presence spread out from their bodies to travel in all directions. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that the wind of yin that formed the bodies of these 9 dragons of yin were made of numerous faces. These faces looked as if they were imprinted onto the bodies of the dragons of yin. The protruding parts of their bodies were made of struggling hands and feet. Pain could be seen on the faces, and those wailing voices grouped together to form the dragons of yin roars. Su Ming sat on the ground with a pale face. There were still specks of blood left at the corners of his mouth. As he continued mumbling, gradually, the ground lost its soft texture. An indistinct presence started seeping out of it. Earth of this world, I can feel your damage and your grudge. I can feel the ties between you disappearing and fading away once your body was severed. I need to borrow your power. Please, lend to me the power of the dragon veins belonging to you. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air. The presence around him from the ground increased. If anyone looked from the sky, they would find that the ground where Su Ming was had turned into a foggy swamp. However, compared to the entire land of South Morning, the earthen aura contained within the small swamp of fog was simply insignificant. DTN started forming seals with his right hand and pointed towards the sky once again. The second punishment out of the 6 upon 7 days of punishment is the illusionary pus. DTN's voice was calm. When his words traveled out, rumbling sounds immediately rang out in the sky of the immortals, and gigantic bumps slowly formed in the sky in a descending manner. The insides of each and every one of the boils was murky, and a foul stench spread out, as if these bumps were filled with the most unclean things contained in the world. This scene would make a person's skin crawl. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a toad's skin. At the same time this happened, a dark light began shining from within. If anyone took a closer look, they would find that these bumps numbered to 67. Su Ming's face grew increasingly paler. He opened his eyes, and while the earthen aura he borrowed from around him seemed like quite a lot, in truth, it was not enough. Bitterness appeared on his face. Earth of this world, with my name, I call upon you. Earthen aura, turn into a dragon. You have turned into a vein of the earth through ages of nurturing. I need your help. Awaken, dragon veins of the earth. Awaken, power of the earth. Upon my name, wake up. Veins popped up on Su Ming's hands, which were pressed against the earth. They held onto the ground with a death grip, and instantly, layers upon layers of fog seeped out from around him. As it spread, it came from the earth of a circular area of 10 li, 100, 1,000, then 10,000. Once it began, it turned into a sea of fog that covered 10,000 li, and that area was still spreading outwards. However, Su Ming still looked bitter. The earthen aura he borrowed might be plentiful and the area was still spreading outwards, but both were all in fragments. Even if that earthen aura could gain the form of a dragon under his divine ability, it would just be an illusion, just like the earthen aura he summoned a few days prior. It was enough for him to deal with normal people, but using it to attack DTN was like striking a stone with an egg. He would only have a chance of fighting against DTN if he awakened all the dragon veins in the land of South Morning, or else, all those thoughts of defeating DTN would remain a dream. The third punishment out of the 6 upon 7 days of punishment is the birth of spirits. DTN's voice echoed in the sky, and his words were filled with might, along with calmness. It was as if he was not bothered that the red-haired Su Ming might try to escape. Perhaps more accurately speaking, he believed he could control everything in the world where he was at the moment. When he spoke, the murky insides of the 67 protruding boils suddenly shone with a brilliant dark light, and cicada-like creatures appeared inside. These creatures may look like cicadas, but they were entirely black. Their appearances were savage, and once they appeared, they started knocking against the bumps from within. Screeches could also be heard from inside. There was only one of these creatures in each of the boils, and there were 67 of them. At that moment, Su Ming was staring at the strange sight in the sky from his seated position. The fog around the circular area of 100,000 li may already be so thick that it looked like a sea and was giving off a shocking presence, but Su Ming knew that this was absolutely not enough. Upon my name, Su Ming, awaken, dragon veins of earth. With his hands holding onto the ground in a death grip, the red-haired Su Ming let out a low growl. The instant he growled, the dragon veins of earth that he could not awaken even after so long started responding to him. The earth of the entire land of South Morning started trembling lightly at that instant. Those tremors affected the entire area of the continent, and there were 4 spots that shook especially violently. South Morning contained 4.5 dragon veins. Besides that incomplete dragon vein located to the edge of the land to the east, 2 of the 4 dragon veins were in the land of the shamans, while the remaining 2 were in the land of the berserkers. At that moment, the dragon vein that was responding to Su Ming was one located in an area about several tens of thousands of li away from where he was. It was a dragon vein located in the land of the shamans. It was not a mountain range, but a long river. That long river was the now dried up, located not too far away from Su Ming. That part of the river was just a section of its enormous body. In truth, it was heinously difficult for the river to completely dry up. Before long, it would automatically recover. It was so long that it practically cut through the entire land of the shamans. As Su Ming spoke, the dragon vein that was the Long River responded to him, and at the same time, a large amount of earthen aura instantly shot out from within it, charging towards where Su Ming was. If anyone looked from the sky, they would find that the earthen aura around Su Ming had become much thicker, especially after the earthen aura from the dragon vein that was the river fused with the rest. It made the area around Su Ming seem as if an azure dragon made of earthen aura had established itself there. Thou shalt now receive the 6/7 days of punishment. DTN stared at Su Ming coldly from the sky and lifted his right hand to point at him sitting on the ground. The 9 dragons of Yin immediately started roaring in the sky and charged towards downwards. The 9 dragons of Yin roared ferociously and the endless faces on their bodies continued wailing, causing the sky to fill with a ghastly air. Even the stars became indistinct. As they closed in, Su Ming lifted his head and raised his hands from the ground to form seals. He placed his left hand on his right hand, then pointed at the incoming 9 dragons of Yin with one finger. Dragon veins of earth, dragon of earth and aura, destroy the skies with earth. A large amount of blood flowed out from Su Ming's mouth. At the same time, the azure dragon made of earth and aura lying around him lifted its head and let out a howl towards the sky. It did not move its entire body, only lifted its head to charge towards the 9 dragons of Yin. Compared to the azure dragon, the 9 dragons of Yin could not even be called dragons. They could only be considered as snakes. Both sides collided with each other in midair within an instant. Rumbling sounds exploded from the spot, and they started rapidly spreading outwards, stirring up a large amount of ripples and force, causing cracks that looked like fish scales to appear in the sky, and those cracks continued spreading. Once the 9 dragons of Yin crashed into the dragon of earth and aura, they started disappearing, turning into 9 green threads that charged into the body of the dragon of earth and aura. As they swam in its body, it caused the dragon of earth and aura to let out a pained howl. A large amount of earth and aura from several hundreds of thousands of li around Su Ming surged towards him, and eventually, it forced the 9 threads to disappear into his body. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's entire body shuddered violently and he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. 9 threads appeared on his body, and those 9 threads swam under his skin, plunging him into an indescribable pain. Cold sweat broke out on his entire body. That sort of pain that drilled itself into the heart was one that could make the minds of powerful warriors crumble. However, Su Ming only laughed in the face of that pain. It was not a chuckle. He threw his head up and laughed. This pain is nothing. DTN, what else can you do? Just bring it all out. Su Ming's face was stark white. As he laughed, the pain in his body became even more violent. The 9 threads had already disappeared from his skin and had crawled into his body. Su Ming decided at that point that he would not endure that pain and simply let it spread through his entire body. He struggled to lift both his hands up and pointed at DTN. Immediately, the dragon of earth and aura around him let out a roar and charged upwards. DTN's expression remained as aloof as ever. He stood there and did not move even the slightest bit to dodge the dragon. However, before the dragon of earth and aura managed to close in on him, the 67 protruding bumps in the sky burst open simultaneously, and when they did so, a large amount of liquid fell like rain from the sky. A foul stench filled the entire world, and as the tainted rainwater fell down, the dragon of earth and aura was drenched. It shuddered and let out a shrill scream of pain. Its body shrank continuously, and the earth and aura around Su Ming also started rapidly shrinking. Translator's notes. 9 levels of Yang and 9 levels of Yin. The original raw version for this, translated word by word and literally, mean heaven punishment 99 Tien Fa Ju Ju. Heaven punishment is easy, but the problem comes with 99, which has a lot of meanings. It can mean 9x 9 equals 81. It can also mean the 81st day of the winter solstice. It can also mean absolute, since 9 is the peak of a singular number. It can also mean the double ninth festival. It can also mean Yangju and Yinju Jizai, which is literally Yang 9 and 9 Yin disasters. So when put together with the context of this novel and how it was used, I thought that this was the closest possible answer. Hence, 9 levels of Yang and 9 levels of Yin. It is written as, Min Ju Ju, Shang Niu Shan, Su Shin Zai Wei Tu Shi Yan, which is, the 9 upon 9 disasters of sorrows harm the mountains, and it will cause us to go against our own words. In Shundong Shimen Xing Shundong's Journey to the West, not official translation of the book, mind you. Couldn't find it. Among one of the 3 books this thing is written in. Now look at the first phrase, the 9 upon 9 disasters of sorrows. This one comes with a footnote, which is, Min Ju Ju Wei Min Yang Ju Yin Ju Ji Zai Yi, and it is, the 9 upon 9 sorrows means the 9 sorrowful disasters of Yang and the 9 sorrowful disasters of Yin. From what I can understand, it means that when the world is about to end, there will be 9 disasters coming from both sides of Yin and Yang, most likely because balance is lost, and positive and negative energy is going haywire, and then when all these disasters are over, the world ends. Chapter 403, I will not be an immortal. At the same time Su Ming went through the pain of the threads crawling into his heart, bumps appeared on various spots of his body. These bumps were almost the exact same as the bumps that had previously exploded in the sky, causing him to no longer look like a human. The pain made Su Ming's laughter grow louder. His body shot into the air with one leap, and as the dragon of earth and aura continuously shrank, he started forming seals with his hands. Once he entered the head of the dragon, he brought the dragon of earth and aura with him while charging towards the sky belonging to the immortals. As the 67 bumps exploded in the sky, the 67 black cicada-like insects with wings growing from their backs charged out. As these strange insects screeched, they charged towards the dragon of earth and aura. They all crashed into each other in the sky once again. Booming sounds echoed in the air once more. The dragon of earth and aura had already completely flown off the ground and did not care about those insects crawling into its body, neither did Su Ming care about the intense pain in his body. With the dragon of earth and aura, he charged towards the sky belonging to the immortals. DTN, if you can bring down heavenly punishment, then I would rather destroy heaven itself and destroy my blood as an immortal forever. I will no longer be an immortal. As the red-haired Su Ming howled in fury, he crashed into that sky along with the dragon of earth and aura. Booming sounds reverberated through the air. Ripples, waves, and cracks started appearing in the sky. Yet similarly, that dragon of earth and aura started shattering inch by inch. Once it rammed its entire body into the sky, it crumbled and started dissipating. Su Ming coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. There was not a spot on his body that did not hurt. His entire body was covered by a large amount of bugs, and the aura of death started coming off his body. As for the sky belonging to the immortals, it only suffered a ring of cracks, and those cracks were rapidly recovering right as he watched. Thine appearance was a mere incident. It is finished. Thy soul shalt disappear under the punishment of 6 upon 7 days. All shalt return to its original state. Finished. Not just yet. Right after DTN said those words, the red-haired Su Ming called out with a strange voice. He spoke that despite having his entire body torn apart by the swarm of black insects, despite having the boils bursting apart on him, despite having the 9 threads shredding his organs, and despite having a dense layer of aura of death emanating from his body. I remember now. I am not Su Ming, I am Hong Luo. I am the progenitor Hong Luo. Su Ming's eyes were originally closed, but at that moment, he opened them, and there was a brilliant light shining within them. Right at the instant before his soul disappeared, his originally faded memories suddenly cleared up as he was pushed towards his death. He remembered his identity. He remembered his own name. I am the progenitor Hong Luo. I am the son of the Emperor of Immortals. Aren't I right, my beloved senior brother, DTN? Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and his body trembled. Immediately, his divine sense shot out and pushed all those insects 10 feet backwards, but they were not injured. Those insects rushed towards him once again. I remember now. You were wary in the past, that's why you didn't dare kill me but sealed me in Destiny's body. I remember now. Destiny, haha, is this body Destiny's body? I remember now. This is the land of the Berserkers. This is the home world of the first god of Berserkers. Once the first god of Berserkers passed away, you invaded this place with the others to execute the plan to kill the second god of Berserkers. When you came back, you brought with you a pair of babies. One of them was dead and the other alive. The one alive must be in whom my soul is residing at this moment. He must be the baby personally named by my father after he examined it himself. The red-haired Su Ming spoke with an eerie voice. DTN's expression remained aloof. He did not speak but simply lifted his right hand to point at the red-haired Su Ming. Immediately, the boils on Su Ming's body rotted away, and the insects around him swarmed towards him and crawled into those rotting spots. As they devoured in frenzy, the 9 threads in Su Ming's body also pierced through his heart. The aura of death enveloped the red-haired Su Ming, and a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. My dear senior brother, could you perhaps have forgotten about this one art I have with me? This is also the reason you couldn't kill me, right? Because of the origin ancient art we have as members of the Immortals royal family. Enduring 10 lives. The moment the smile appeared on the red-haired Su Ming's lips, all his life force abruptly disappeared and he breathed his last. However, the instant he died, his disappeared life force immediately reappeared, and this time, his presence became much stronger. Those black insects that had crawled into his body immediately fell back and exploded outside his body, turning into a large amount of black fog that tumbled backwards. His body started rapidly recovering. The rotting wounds caused by the boils instantly healed. Even the 9 threads that had crawled into his body were once again forced under the layer of his skin, and they looked as if they were about to be forced out of his body as well. When I say you must die, then you must die, because there can be no 2 rulers. DTN's expression still remained unchanged. He said those words unhurriedly, but the moment he spoke them, the recovery of the red-haired Su Ming's life force came to an abrupt halt. Not only was it forced to a stop, it also started showing signs of reversal. The recovered wounds appeared once again, and the 9 threads that had been forced under the skin crawled into Su Ming's body once again. The black insects that had shattered and dissolved into black fog around him appeared out of nowhere, and gathered together to turn into the 67 tiny black insects once again. Then, as if time had went back, they charged towards Su Ming. This is the ancient art that is only inherited by those possessing the blood of the royal family of the Immortals. You actually mastered it. Looks like my father's fate was grim. The red-haired Su Ming's face was pale as he spoke bitterly. You should not have awakened. It is still long before the seal is to be released. Now, I have restored order, and everything has returned to normal. DTN spoke calmly and lifted his right hand, swinging it at the red-haired Su Ming. Immediately, a gust of wind from emptiness itself appeared before the red-haired Su Ming. The instant it touched his body, he was surrounded by the aura of death. A large part of his body started decaying. The black insects tore at his flesh, and his organs had already been pierced through by those threads. There was only a hint of his life left, and that hint was also rapidly fading. As the wind from DTN's swing landed on Su Ming's body, a gust of red air immediately spread from Su Ming's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth that turned into an illusory figure behind him. The appearance of that figure was different from Su Ming's. He had a handsome face that gave off a strangely enchanting feeling. That was the real Hong Luo. At that moment, his illusionary body was rapidly fading away. As his soul was forced out of Su Ming's body, those insects in Su Ming's body crawled out simultaneously to charge at the soul. The 9 threads also flew out and seeped into Hong Luo's disappearing soul. At the same time, the 67 boils manifested on Hong Luo's illusory figure, and they were rapidly bursting apart. Am I about to die? Is this how it feels to die? But I don't regret it. A dazed look appeared the illusory figure of Hong Luo's soul before he started laughing loudly. As the soul was separated from Su Ming's body, the wind that was blowing against him surged inside in an overbearing manner, causing the injuries suffered by his organs to instantly recover. The rot on his body also disappeared immediately, causing him to return to the exact same manner before he was injured. The power within his body also started clearing away all of Hong Luo's power, the power which had made him become powerful so swiftly. All of this was happening just as DTN had said. He wanted to restore order. He wanted to return everything back to the state before this accident happened, forcing everything to act according to his will. He would not allow any more accidents to happen. Yet right at the instant DTN's power started restoring things to their original state in Su Ming's body, Hong Luo, in his days as he continued disappearing, seemed to have seen something, and a blank look immediately appeared on his face. A glint suddenly shone in his eyes, and he immediately turned his eyes to look towards Su Ming, who had his eyes tightly shut. Destiny, destiny, I understand now. DTN, I understand now. So this is your plan. If that's the case, before I die, I will help him. Hong Luo suddenly laughed loudly. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and the instant his body disappeared, the illusory figure of his soul suddenly erupted in flames. The ancient legacy of the blood kin of immortals, path to life. As Hong Luo laughed, the illusory figure of his soul continued burning. At that moment, only his head was left, and 2 rays of dark light shone in his eyes before they flew out and landed on Su Ming's body. All of this happened too quickly, and for the first time, DTN's expression changed. He lifted his right hand and pointed forward. The instant those 2 rays of dark light closed in on Su Ming, they immediately shattered into dark sparks before scattering away. Yet at that moment, those scattered dark sparks gathered up together once again, and with a speed DTN could not stop, they shot into the center of Su Ming's brows. Instantly, the energy of the dark sparks erupted in Su Ming's body with a bang, crashing against DTN's force that was clearing up the power within him. Those 2 waves of force clashed against each other in his body, causing blood to trickle out of the unconscious Su Ming's mouth and his body to pummel down the ground. Right then, even DTN did not notice that under the guidance of the dark light left behind by Hong Luo, Su Ming was plummeting towards the mountain in the land of the shamans underneath, right at the octagonal altar at its top, and straight towards the stone coffin at the center of the altar. At that moment, even as the illusionary figure of Hong Luo's soul burned and gradually disappeared midair, his laughter and his voice continued echoing endlessly in the world. I have practiced Taoism for 30,000 years, now I shall turn back and become immortal, I will not be an immortal. Hong Luo's ancient voice gradually faded away, but his words echoed in DTN's ears, and they also echoed in Su Ming's soul. Su Ming's body landed on the coffin at the center of the octagonal peak of the tower with a crash. Blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth and fell on the coffin. With an expressionless face, DTN turned around and walked towards the peak of the mountain on the ground, or more precisely, towards Su Ming lying at the cover of the coffin at the center of the octagonal altar. His emperor's robe had already become dull. Even his crown had lost its golden glow. A large amount of wrinkles had appeared on his face. At that moment, he no longer looked as if he was a middle-aged man. Clearly, the fight against Hong Luo was not as easy as he had made it seem. All is over. DTN landed on the octagonal altar, but the instant he got closer to Su Ming, for the first time, his expression drastically changed. Because he saw a pair of eyes. Su Ming had opened his eyes. Chapter 404, Big Brother. The sky was blue and there were white clouds floating past. The sight was gorgeous. However, the icy coldness beneath his body, the freezing wind around him, his eyes, which he could not open, and the sharp stabs of pain spreading through his body caused the blue in the sky to only be a color only from his memories and the white clouds to only be a figment of his imagination. Once everything was torn apart, then what remained was loneliness, grief, and fear that he could not speak of. Today is a good day. Big Brother, the sky is blue, and there are a lot of white clouds up ahead. Look, that cloud is like a rabbit, and that one is, that one kind of looks like a gray wolf. The tender voice by his ears seemed to make the darkness before his eyes gradually disappear. That voice ripped apart all the shadows and the blue sky returned. There was also a rabbit-shaped cloud in the sky. By its side, there also was the cloud in the shape of the wolf. Ah, Big Brother, that cloud looks like you, it really looks like you. There's a cloud by its side, that one's like me. That young voice was the only warmth in that dark world of his. It was also that voice that was explaining the differences of colors to him. It was telling him what was black, what was blue, and what was white. Every single time that voice spoke, he would stop feeling cold, he would stop feeling lonely, he would stop feeling that there was an innumerable amount of days filled only with night in this endless darkness. Even if the pain in his body was becoming increasingly more difficult to bear, even if once in a while, he would feel as if there was someone cutting into him to squeeze out his blood, he did not feel that it was unbearable. As long as he could hear that voice often, if he could just listen to that voice for eternity. Big Brother, cultivation is so tiring. I don't want to be a cultivator anymore, but Father said we must become cultivators or else you will die. Big Brother, don't die. I'll continue with my cultivation. It's not tiring at all. It's not tiring. If it's not tiring, then why does her voice sound so weak? I can't see it, but I can sense it. She's very tired. Is my death related to her cultivation? Father, is it that cold voice? If it is, then don't listen to him. Every single time he comes, I go through so much pain I want to die. He called me Destiny. Is that my name? It should be, it shouldn't be. Big brother, it's a clear day outside. Ah, the weather has been clear for a very long time. You must really like sunny days, that's why the weather is this way. Is the weather clear? Silly girl, the only senses I have left in my body are my hearing and my touch. You're holding an umbrella, but it's not covering my feet. Those water droplets on my feet must be rain. It should be. I heard from others talking that it has been raining for a month. Big brother, I saw other big sisters, they're really pretty, but why am I so small? I'm only younger than them by a year. Ah, but I still look like a child. But big brother, you look really handsome. Heh, I heard from my senior sister that she likes being beside you. Big brother, you have to wake up soon, alright. Father said you're about to wake up soon, but I've been hearing him say that since I was young. They like being beside me. But every single time those senior sisters of yours come, a large amount of my presence would disappear. Silly girl, it's not me they just like coming here and absorbing the immortal chi from my body. I heard them mention it when they were chatting. They thought I couldn't hear it. Silly girl, all the people who come here harbor ulterior motives towards us. I heard far too many of their conversations. Big brother, father has been acting really strange lately. He hits me often. I've been working really hard in my cultivation. I've been listening to his requests and helping his other sect members train. They surround me every single time, and when we train together, I feel my body becoming weaker. I can feel that their gazes are different when they look at me. It's as if they're looking at a medicinal pill. Those damn immortals. Once I open my eyes and I can move my body, I'll kill all of you. I don't care if you absorb my immortal chi, but how could you lay your hands on her as well? She's still just a child. How could you do this for your own cultivation? How could you? Is it not enough that you're absorbing mine? All of you have my immortal chi in your bodies. I swear, if I ever stand up, then I will definitely make all of you pay. Big brother, I'm really tired today, let me lay down beside you. I'm really tired. Sleep. I'll protect you. I'll transfer my power as an immortal into your body so that you won't be tired tomorrow. If only I could see, then I would be able to tell the difference between day and night, then I could find you among the sea of people around us and hold your hand. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If only I could stand up, then I would be able to fly with you in the sky, then I could go to the end of the sky and earth with you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If only I could speak, then I would be able to laugh with you, then I would be able to point at the sky and draw the blue sky and the white clouds. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But I can't. I can't see, I can't move, I can't speak. The world I see is dark. There are no colors. The only thing I feel is pain and loneliness. Big brother, I've been feeling really sleepy lately. I feel that I've become shorter. I don't look pretty anymore. No one likes me, I can tell. You're the only one who'll stay by my side, right? Big brother, does it hurt? Don't be sad. I have a dream. Once my level of cultivation rises, I'll take you away. Silly girl, it's useless. I know them. He's not your father, neither is he my father. His name is DTN. Big brother, I won't be able to see you for some time. They're taking me to a place. Once I come back, I'll come see you again. Big brother, you have to wake up soon. I can feel your tears on my body. I can sense that cold gaze looking at me while you're crying. Faye, we have to leave now. That cold voice echoing in the air gradually faded out. My world turned dark once again. I can't hear her voice anymore. There is no more blue sky, no more white clouds. There is only emptiness, loneliness, cold, rain, snow, the chilling wind, that endless pain, and those disgusting people absorbing my power and their revolting presences. I also feel time flowing past. I don't know how many years have passed by. That voice I heard by my ears never appeared again. My time has been dark like this ever since. I want to open my eyes. I have to open my eyes, because I want to search for you. I want to search for the blue sky that belongs to me. I want to see what shade of blue the sky has, and I want to look for the voices filled with joy. I want to go back, because so many years have passed by, and I have lost all contact with you. Where are you, my sister, are you well? I want to speak, because I want to ask all of them how you are now. You mustn't end up as I am now. Because you are my eyes. When DTN brought those 2 babies back with him, you were the one alive, and I was the one dead. A dream. Su Ming opened his eyes and saw the sky, the clouds, the colors in the world. In his mind, the dream that brought him grief still lingered. Confusion appeared in his eyes, but that confusion only lasted for an instant before it turned into deathly stillness. Those were a pair of deadly still, terrifyingly calm eyes. The instant DTN saw those eyes, his forever calm heart shuddered. Su Ming looked at DTN and sat up slowly from the coffin. The scar left behind on Dark Mountain was shining with a blood-red light at that moment. That light caused Su Ming to be filled with a strange and eerie air. The instant he saw DTN, his pupils shrank. A countless amount of pictures suddenly flashed past in his eyes and eventually stopped at a void filled with endless darkness. Over there was a middle-aged man who did not wear any emperor's robe, just a long robe, and he was sitting cross-legged on a gigantic head. The person wearing the emperor's robe right now, standing before him, was incredibly similar to that middle-aged man in the void. DTN, we meet again. Su Ming lowered his head and rubbed the center of his brows. A barely noticeable glint flashed past his eyes and he sat up on the coffin. His hair was no longer red and had returned to its original shade. The mark of the peach blossom was still there at the center of his brows, but it had become much dimmer. DTN's pupils shrank for the first time. He did not speak, merely stared at Su Ming as if he was observing him. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows with his left hand, then the instant his gaze swept past the coffin by his side, his heart trembled for some unknown reason. It was as if his heart had been emptied out, and a pain that was almost akin to the pain of asphyxiation rose within him. He saw those scenes filled with darkness once again. Everything in the dream and that young voice. Su Ming's heart trembled. He was greatly confused by everything before him. He only remembered that he was struck by Madame G's peach blossom fiend and that thing had stirred the most primitive desire in his body. Once he went to White Bull Tribe, he forced that urge down and struggled to return to his cave abode. Before he lost control of himself, he used Han Mountain Bell to seal himself up, then sank into a long coma. Even if he occasionally woke up, he remembered that he was still in Han Mountain Bell. When he opened his eyes again after the last time he fell unconscious, he saw the person that had made his heart tremble. The man wearing the emperor's robe was the person who had appeared sitting on the head when he went through that unknown amount of years in the void, the person he saw when Han Mountain's ancestor possessed him. This person's appearance made Su Ming's heart tremble. Originally, he should not have been able to control this sudden change of emotion, but for some unknown reason, he managed to control it, and in a very ingenious manner to boot, and it was all done subconsciously. It was as if this was a natural ability that was waking up within him right then. But that was not all. Su Ming also noticed that his head seemed to be much clearer than before. There were some unfamiliar yet strangely familiar scenes flashing in his mind. They felt like memories he'd had since a long time ago but which had been sealed up, and right then, these memories were showing signs of recovering upon his waking. It was especially so the instant he saw the coffin. The strong feeling made him pat the coffin lightly while looking calm on the outside. That one pat immediately made the coffin's lid shatter and disappear in an endless amount of shards, causing the thing inside to be revealed clearly. There was a stone statue lying in the coffin, and that statue was of a girl. She had long hair and did not look incredibly pretty. There was a hint of pain on her face, and that look was enough to make others grow compassionate towards her. Her petite figure did not seem to have grown fully. She seemed to only be around 15 or 16 years of age, but there was an ancient look on her face that could not be hidden away, and it clearly showed her true age. That statue looked incredibly vivid, containing almost everything that could be found on the girl. Clearly, this was not the work of an ordinary person. The now awakened Su Ming looked at the stone statue in the coffin and his heart roared loudly. This was the first time he saw this girl, but for some unknown reason, he saw her, extreme pain struck his heart. The young voice from his dreams echoed in his ears once again. Big brother, the sky is blue. Big brother, I'm a little tired. Big brother, they're taking me to a place. When I come back, I'll come see you. Big brother, hurry up and wake up. Chapter 405. Gate to the Void. Su Ming looked at the stone statue of the petite girl in the coffin. As he looked at her face, that young voice traveled forth from his memories to his ears, causing a hint of sorrow to appear on his face. You're awake. DTN remained silent for a moment before he spoke calmly. The hint of shock that appeared previously on his face had disappeared by now. He became aloof once again. I remember her, Su Ming mumbled. He suddenly understood. That dream was perhaps not a dream. The sorrow in his eyes gradually became stronger and it would not disappear. His eyes glistened and tears fell down from his eyes, falling onto the stone statue. At the same time, the instant those tears fell on the stone statue, new scenes appeared in his mind. In those scenes, Su Ming saw himself, and that himself had red hair and red robes. He saw his red-haired self walking out of the cave abode and drawing out earth and aura to turn it into a crimson dragon. He saw himself absorbing power from a large amount of powerful warriors in the land of the shamans wherever he went, not even letting go of some of the powerful ferocious beasts he could find. He also saw his red-haired self heading to Autumn Sea Tribe and sealing the heavens with just a lift of his hand. Once he also sealed that Zhongzi in the sky, he brought his hands down and sealed the land, and once he sealed all the members of Autumn Sea Tribe, he walked towards the sacred lady of Autumn Sea Tribe, then picked Wan Chu up and left the place with his red hair dancing in the wind. Su Ming saw that art of the dragon subject. Yin simmered, saw the entire procedure of his red-haired self casting that art with Wan Chu. It was as if Hong Luo's trip during those short few days was flashing past Su Ming's eyes at a much faster pace. He also saw his red-haired self fighting against the old immortal and the halberd from the sky executing him in an incredibly domineering way, and also, himself casting the art of the dragon subject, Yin simmered on the long-haired woman. Right up to the moment the sacred mountain of the shaman tribe appeared, right up to the moment DTN appeared and engaged him in that earth-shattering fight. Eventually, his memory stopped at the instant Hong Luo's soul disappeared, while laughing and sending into his body the path to life. I have practiced Taoism for 30,000 years, now I shall turn back and become immortal, I will not be an immortal. That boisterous laughter stirred up layers of ripples in Su Ming's mind, and when it eventually disappeared, it turned into a hoarse and ancient voice. Listen up, boy, I have a deep grudge against DTN, but his strength has surpassed what I remember. I don't know how long I have been sealed away, and now I'm about to die as a mortal, but I'm not willing to. I am the son of the Emperor of Mortals. With the legacy art of the royal family, path to life, I give you the power to release your seal. This art will become stronger the higher your level of cultivation is, and it will help you break the seal on your memories. It can also transform your blood and let you possess the purest blood among all immortals. Within that blood rests all my Tao, my arts, my divine abilities. All of them will belong to you. I'm burning up what little remains of my life to cast this path to life and send you to the coffin. I can sense that the coffin is very important to you. Don't bother about the threat of facing DTN alone. I've already thought about the way to help you solve that problem. As long as you can hear these words, then it'll definitely succeed. The path to life can only be passed down to one person in each generation of the royal family, and once it's mastered by that person, no matter how talented the others are, they won't be able to learn it. This is a dead set rule. All the scions of this art can only cast this once in their lives. It doesn't contain any offensive abilities and can only be used to pass down the inheritance. That's why DTN doesn't know the path of life. He also doesn't know that this art can open the gate to the void, which can relocate you. This is originally a path to escape for us in case an emergency happens while we're passing down the inheritance. I left a mark at the place I woke up previously, and the gate can send you back there. Once the gate to the void opens, DTN won't be able to interfere with his power. The path to life can also cover up your presence, causing DTN's divine sense to be unable to find you. Then you'll have a period of time where you'll be truly free. I didn't use this art earlier because there is only one chance for me to cast it, and if there is no sign for me, I couldn't cast it anyway. Besides, if I used this art to escape, it'd still be difficult for me to escape being sealed, and I might not have a chance to wake up again. I would rather die. The gate to the void is in your heart. Call it, and it will open. Your level of cultivation isn't high, but when you become a powerful warrior someday, help me take my revenge. Kill DTN. Su Ming felt a sharp stab of pain in his head and those scenes instantly disappeared. In truth, he felt that a long time had passed since the scenes appeared right up till they disappeared, but that lapse of time was just his mind replaying those memories. To outsiders, it only lasted for an instant. Before his death, Hong Luo's voice had traveled with the path to life and avoided DTN's divine sense to imprint itself on Su Ming's mind. Only when Su Ming woke up would he be able to hear it. As he stared at the stone statue in the coffin, Su Ming lifted his right hand and grabbed the edge of the coffin in a death grip. You shouldn't have awakened. Your current appearance makes me very disappointed. Hong Luo was an accident, and I've already restored order. Sleep, destiny. After a period of silence, DTN spoke slowly. Yet the instant his words left his mouth, Su Ming turned around swiftly and stared at DTN with his deadly still eyes. No one can seal off my memories again, and neither can you. A strand of hair surrounded Su Ming's right index finger without anyone noticing it. This strand of hair was the materialization of the power of a jab from the god of berserkers, and strangely, when Su Ming's body was under Hong Luo's control, that strand of hair had disappeared as if it had dissipated. Even Hong Luo had been unable to notice it. Yet now, as Su Ming's will returned, that strand of hair also reappeared on him. It did not release any sort of presence when it appeared either. That was why even DTN did not pay any attention to Su Ming's right hand seizing the coffin. Naturally, he also did not see the extra strand of hair on his finger. This was Su Ming's trump card. It was also the source of why he could stay calm even after he met DTN. He had already decided. The power of that one jab from the god of berserkers, the power that he could not find in himself to use, on this day, he would use it once. Even if he did not know whether he could kill this DTN when he used this power, this DTN that even Hong Luo could not win against, and even if Hong Luo had already made perfect preparations for him to flee before dying. However, Su Ming did not want to leave just like that. If he did not want to, then there was no need for him to say anything else. DTN stared at Su Ming with an aloof and expressionless face. The instant Su Ming looked at him, he lifted his right leg and took a step towards him. As my son, not only did you disappoint me, you're still acting as childishly as ever. With that one step, a wave instantly shot out from beneath DTN's foot. The strength of that wave was so powerful that it closed in on Su Ming in an instant. A mighty pressure that could not be challenged swiftly descended on Su Ming, pinning him to his spot. Once the wave swept past his feet, Su Ming shuddered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Kneel. DTN's powerful divine sense and willpower gathered on Su Ming's body, making him feel as if there were heavy mountains pressing on him, causing cracking sounds to appear from his knees, and they started trembling violently. What right do you have to make me kneel? Su Ming gritted his teeth and lifted his head to glare at DTN. His legs remained straight, sharp stabs of pain shot up his body, but they could not make him surrender. You rebellious boy, I brought you up, and you refuse to kneel. Kneel down. DTN walked towards Su Ming and closed in on him. At that moment, there was only 30 feet between the two of them. As DTN's aloof voice spoke up, with a bang, blood poured out of Su Ming's knees. He staggered. That mighty willpower and pressure felt as if they had physical substance as they pressed on him, and it was not something he could control with his will. His heart might not kneel, but as that pressure continued pushing him down, his right knee started falling to the ground. But the moment his knee was about to touch the ground, Su Ming pressed his left hand on the floor and seized it, causing his right knee to hang 1 inch above it. Besides having power that surpasses mine, what else do you have over me? You can make my body kneel, but you can't make my heart do the same. Su Ming lifted his head and glared at DTN with bloodshot eyes and blood trickling down his mouth. Those deadly still eyes made a deathly still calmness also appear on his face. Today, you can make me kneel before you with your power, but in the future, I will definitely make you pay back several-fold for what you did today. And it won't just be you, I will make your entire immortal tribe kneel under my feet. I will make you lower your head before me. I will definitely do it, Su Ming declared with gritted teeth, his determination clear in each and every one of his words. At the same time, he called out the gate to the void in his heart. DTN's expression did not change even a single bit in the face of Su Ming's words. He moved to within 20 feet of Su Ming and stared at him coldly, who was only 1 inch away from kneeling down. He looked at the veins popping on his face, at the blood on his knees, at him resisting the endless amount of pressure, which was causing a numerous amount of blood capillaries to appear on his left hand, which was pressing against the ground. I don't need your heart submitting to me as well, it's enough if your body kneels, DTN stated slowly, lifting his right hand and moving to point at the center of Su Ming's brows swiftly. Once that finger fell, then everything would return to the state it was in several days ago. Su Ming's memories would be sealed up once again, and when he woke up once more, he would still be confused about his past and future. There would also be a pair of eyes behind him constantly watching his every move. However, the instant DTN lifted his finger and was about to touch Su Ming's brows, suddenly, his expression changed. A power that did not belong to Su Ming, a power that seemed like the cold emptiness in the world erupted forth from his body. That power was so great that the instant it erupted, it made DTN's finger freeze. It was as if that power was fighting against him, and within a short few breaths, DTN let out a muffled groan and took a step backwards. With that step backwards, the wave surrounding the area around Su Ming instantly disappeared. The divine sense and pressure pressing on his body was bounced off right away. As that power erupted from his body, distortions appeared in the emptiness behind him. An oval-shaped, gigantic vortex formed up. At the same time that vortex appeared, all the movements in the world froze. Chapter 406. Soar to the white sky. The instant the world froze, a suction force came from the oval-shaped vortex behind Su Ming. However, it was only absorbing Su Ming alone. All the other substances in the world were of no interest to it. DTN stared at Su Ming and at the gigantic vortex behind him. For the first time, his expression became steely. Without a hint of hesitation, he began forming seals with his right hand and pointed at Su Ming with one finger. With the blessings of heaven, by my orders, seal off the sky and earth. The moment DTN's words were spoken and as he pointed forward, the vortex swirling behind Su Ming showed a brief moment of pausing. However, that pause only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal and continued swirling rapidly. However, during the instant it froze, a freezing glint appeared in DTN's eyes. He took a swift step forward, and that step allowed him to appear before Su Ming right at the instant the vortex stopped moving and the power of Yin Deficiency 1 in the world froze. He lifted his right hand and moved to seize Su Ming. You rebellious boy, come out. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. As he moved back, he lifted his right hand and pointed towards DTN's incoming palm. That finger was Su Ming's right index finger. It was the finger wrapped with the strand of hair that was the manifestation of the power of the god of berserkers. Right when Su Ming pointed at DTN, the strand of hair on his finger started burning. A burst of power that belonged to the first god of berserkers erupted forth. That power was filled with a domineering presence which stood superior above all else. At the instant that power descended in the world, even the operation of the gate to the void was affected, as if it was about to crumble under that power, and this was just some of the power that had spilled out. If Su Ming had pointed at the gate itself, then the gate to the void would have definitely not been unable to withstand that pressure. At that moment, the person who had to withstand that power was DTN. First god of berserkers, presence. DTN's face had a drastic change of expression, along with the appearance of shock, which had seemed to not be part of his repertoire. Due to the might of the first god of berserkers, unless the people had bore witness to it with their own eyes, then all manner of divine senses trying to explore the matter of Su Ming obtaining the power of the god of berserkers during that moment were pushed off relentlessly. Besides, due to the uniqueness of the deity statues of the berserkers descending, the immortals would rarely release their divine senses at that moment to bring trouble to themselves. Even DTN's projection would let the old man in the great tribe of Freezing Sky make most of the decisions because his intelligence was suppressed. That was why he did not have much understanding of Su Ming obtaining the power of the god of berserkers. The old man in the great tribe of freezing sky might have heard some rumors about it, but since he did not see it for himself, he did not know that such an endless amount of rumors would fly all over the land of the berserkers. Some of these rumors spoke about Su Ming, while the others spoke about someone else. Not only did these rumors talk about Su Ming obtaining the power of the god of berserkers, but they also talked about his power increasing so much that he had become a powerful berserker in the berserker soul realm. There were even some who said Su Ming had obtained the same enchanted vessel as the god of berserkers did in the past. All these rumors were baseless and most of them were incredibly exaggerated, hence most of the people would frown and be dubious about it once they heard it. That's why, while the old man had regarded this piece of information seriously, he still just made a decision to continue observing Su Ming. It was also why DTN's projected clone did not have too much knowledge regarding this. As Su Ming swung his finger down, the hair on his finger started burning away rapidly. Su Ming saw that there was a black hole the size of a fist around his finger. That black hole moved along with his finger, and the instant it appeared, the frozen sky became dimmer in an instant. This portion of the sky was not the only one affected. It was the entire sky above the land of the shamans, the entire sky above the land of South Morning, even the sky above the Dead Sea, and even spreading to an area so wide they had no idea of knowing how big it was. All of it became dull at that instant. The dull look in the sky was because all manner of light started gathering in the black hole next to Su Ming's finger with a speed that was unimaginable and a manner that was incomprehensible. It caused the area around Su Ming to be filled with a piercing light as if all the light in the world had been drawn over in an instant. The earth and aura in the ground also started trembling. It was not just the land of South Morning that was affected though, the earth and aura of the other continents beyond South Morning, and even the continents of the berserker tribe floating above the Dead Sea started trembling. Then with the same manner and speed as the light in the sky, they appeared in the black hole around Su Ming's finger and were sucked inside swiftly. The black hole around the finger absorbed the light in the sky and the aura of the earth. With the world contained within it, Su Ming pointed at DTN, whose expression had drastically changed at that moment. The power of the world plane. This is the power of the world plane belonging to the first god of berserkers. DTN's expression started changing rapidly, and he started retreating hastily. His hands worked to form seals, and he pointed at the heavens with his right hand while pointing at the earth with his left. A voice akin to thunder fell off his lips. Power of the first god of berserkers. Very well, when you were alive, I had not completed my Tao. When I completed my Tao, you already disappeared. The members of the berserker tribe believe you to be dead, but I know that you haven't died. Your power had reached the peak of an eon too, and you can't improve anymore. That's why you chose to disappear and search for other world planes with great eons. All the eons of the worlds form an eon, and you, who have absorbed all the sources of the worlds, who have reached the peak of the great eon, show me just how strong you are. Today, your power has appeared. It might just be a hint, but I'm also just a projected clone. Let's see just who is stronger between us. As DTN retreated and pointed to the sky and earth with his hands, he let out a low shout. Soar to the white sky. As DTN let out that roar, a brilliant white glare suddenly shot out from his right hand in that dull world. The brightness of that white glare caused the darkened sky to appear just as white. That white belonged to the white of the clouds. When it appeared in the sky, with DTN's right hand as the center, the endless amount of white light gathered together, and a white sun appeared in the sky he was pointing at. It was like a gigantic asteroid slowly descending from the sky. At that moment, it had only revealed a small portion of itself, and it was already causing the land of the berserkers to tremble, the Black Dead Sea to roar, and the hearts of numerous people to tremble in fear. In fact, if the entire land of South Morning lifted their heads to look up, they would find a gigantic white sun that looked like an asteroid in the sky. The white glare shining from the sun had practically turned into the most brilliant ray of light in the world. This scene looked like the apocalypse had arrived today. The sky looked as if it was going to shatter. Cracks appeared on the ground, and due to the movements and roars from the Dead Sea, the speed of the eastern wastelands traveling forth instantly increased by several fold. If it continued with this speed, then it would not take 10 years for it to crash into the land of South Morning. There was a high possibility that the time taken would shrink by a large margin. DTN's face was pale. His emperor's robe was burning, and the same thing was happening to his crown. They were engulfed in white flames. His skin started withering away at a rapid speed, but as those things burned and his skin withered, the presence of his body became even more shocking. He started lifting up the hand pointing towards the ground slowly, and his right hand, which had caused day to arrive, slowly fell down. Those two hands were continuously closing in on each other, as if they were about to touch. His left hand symbolized the power to soar, and his right hand symbolized the day. This continuous breach of distance was the act of soaring. As DTN executed that art, his appearance instantly turned to that of an old man, and he was still swiftly withering away. His entire appearance now made him look like a corpse, but the brilliant light and monstrous amount of fighting spirit had ignited a life in his eyes. As Su Ming watched DTN's unimaginable strength and that unbelievable art, he suddenly understood something with a trembling heart. If he did not have the power of the god of berserkers, then he would have been unable to escape through the gate to the void. Hong Luo might have been powerful and had left behind a way for him, but even he did not expect that DTN would possess a power equivalent to that of the first god of berserkers. He's so powerful, will I be able to surpass him? Bitterness rose in Su Ming's heart. He looked at DTN. The strand of hair on his right index finger was rapidly burning away, but it seemed to be lacking something compared to that great presence and terrifying divine ability of DTN. It's lacking a soul, it's without life. Su Ming took a deep breath and quelled the bitterness that arose within him due to DTN's might. He mumbled softly, then with quick thought, he lifted his right hand. Using his finger as a pen, he drew a line at DTN. Berserker obliteration. With the power of the god of berserkers, the instant that one berserker obliteration was drawn, DTN's pupils shrank. He let out a low growl, and right at that moment, his hands touched. The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. When I was born, the berserkers had weakened. If the heavens are heartless, then we will all be separated. The earth was heartless, and it made my dark mountain die. Su Ming closed his eyes. His blood started boiling and burning hotly in his body. If the heavens have eyes, then why do they never see that my world is plunged into eternal darkness? If the deities have souls, then why did they divide the sky and seas to the south and north? I kept my duty to the heavens, so why did they not let me see the darkness of night? I kept my duty to the deities, so why did they tear me into pieces and scatter my memories? With Su Ming's drawn line, the burning hair on his finger started shining with a strangely captivating light. That light flashed and was completely different from the light it gave off when it burned previously. It was as if this time, as it burned, it now possessed a soul, a hint of life, a will. An even stronger presence erupted forth from that burning strand of hair. The power of that presence caused the white sky to tremble as well, and it caused a pair of eyes to appear in the space above the sky. Those were a pair of tightly shut eyes. If the heavens don't have eyes, then I will step on it and watch myself seal the heavens. If the deities don't have souls, then I swear I will slaughter the deities and become the emperor. Su Ming opened his eyes swiftly. The instant he did so, the gigantic pair of eyes in the sky also opened up. It was also at that moment that Su Ming's berserker obliteration sliced through the heavens. Once it connected with DTN's hands, it crashed into the light emanating between his palms. The rumbling sounds made it seem as if two worlds had collided into each other, and the tremors that appeared because of it caused a bang to go off in Su Ming's head and he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. A great force rammed into his body and he immediately fell backwards, straight into the gate of the void behind him that was still unstable and looked as if it was about to crumble at any moment. His mind instantly faded out. Before he lost his consciousness, he saw DTN, who had borne the brunt of the berserker obliteration he cast with the power of the god of berserkers. His emperor's robe was torn, his crown had shattered. The white sky had melted and turned into white rain that poured all over the land of South Morning. He also saw DTN freezing in midair. Blood lines appeared on his body. His expression was extremely odd, and he looked as if he was deeply regretful, as if he had gained an epiphany about something, as if he was overcome with melancholy. Eventually, he closed his eyes, and his body became transparent. He gradually dissipated. One of these days, I will definitely surpass DTN. Su Ming mumbled bitterly and closed his eyes. End of Arc 2. Apparently, A person's lifespan begins straight at 80,000 years old, and with each century, you cut off 1 year of your age, and you continue cutting until you have 10 years of your life left, and then, you add 1 year to your age once every century until you get 80,000 years to your age again. That is called a small eon. A medium eon is made of 20 small eons, and 4 medium eons form a great eon. So, a small eon is 15,998,000 years, and a great eon is 1,279,840,000 years. Not my calculations, I gave up when the numbers went up somewhere in the millions. If you say that something has been around for a great eon, then it's used to describe that this thing has been around for a very, very, very long time, and most likely will never perish. Chapter 407. Glaciers in the Dead Sea. Arc 3. His name shakes through the eastern wastelands. It was cold, just like the feeling he'd had in that dream. Cold surrounded him. He could not open his eyes. It was dark all around. This was a very familiar feeling from his dream. It was quiet all around him, so quiet it was rather terrifying. There was not a hint of sound that could be heard. Besides the cold and the dark, there was nothing else. If her voice appears and tells me that the sky is bright now and the clouds look like rabbits, wouldn't that be wonderful? But there isn't. That voice still hasn't appeared. That cold is becoming even more freezing. I can't move. I can feel pain continuously surrounding me, but I'm slowly becoming numb towards it. Am I asleep? Who am I? Time was slowly flowing away. It was unknown just how much time had gone by. This was a black seabed. There was not a hint of light. This was the deep parts of the sea. There were numerous gigantic ice blocks here. Due to the uniqueness of the seawater, these ice blocks did not float on the sea. Instead, they stayed at the seabed quietly. Perhaps more accurately speaking, this was not the seabed. This was a glacier. The true seabed was right underneath the glacier. That part was the deepest part of the sea, and few know exactly how far down it was. Above that glacier was the Black Sea. Only the people who had ever been to this place would know exactly how high it was. There was a protruding ice mountain on the glacier. It was not tall, only about 1,000 feet. It was entirely black. No one knew whether that was its original color or whether it was dyed black by the sea. If anyone looked at it from a closer distance, they would be able to see faintly that there seemed to be something sealed in that ice mountain. If anyone stood there with enough power and a powerful divine sense to see through the ice mountain, then that person would be able to see that there was an oval vortex about 100 feet in size sealed inside. That vortex gave people a feeling that it was a gate. It in itself was dark and was sealed within the ice mountain. By the side of the vortex was a body, which was also sealed within. He was not standing but lying with his eyes closed, and because he was sealed, he was like a statue. This was a young man with long hair and a pale face. There was a faint mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. He wore a torn long robe and there was a dark red patch at his knees. It was frozen blood. In fact, there were also blood flecks at the corner of his lips. They were also frozen up by the ice. There was a strand of hair wrapped twice around his right index finger, as well as a red ring on his finger. He looked bitter, but his brows, which were in the shape of blades, gave people a feeling that he was a resolute person. He lay there quietly and continued to be frozen. Right up to this day. At the black seabed, within the black ice mountain, cracking sounds rang out from the layers of ice enveloping the young man's body, though they did not shatter. Yet clearly, although the young man frozen within the ice mountain did not open his eyes, there was a faint hint of life emanating from his body. Naturally, that person was Su Ming. He had woken up, but he could not open his eyes or move his body. The chilling presence had already filled up his entire body. Where am I? Su Ming closed his eyes, and his divine sense slowly spread out. The instant it touched the layer of ice, it immediately sensed an obstructive force. The power of that obstructive force caused Su Ming's divine sense to only be able to reach several dozens of feet before it could no longer go farther. It's all ice all around me, and the gate to the void. Uncertainty rose in Su Ming's heart. He remembered Hong Luo mentioning that the gate to the void would bring him back to his cave abode, but the ice in this place told him clearly that this was not his cave abode. Could it be that DTN's final soar to the white sky stirred up such a powerful energy after clashing with the power of the god of berserkers that some changes happened to the gate to the void? Su Ming quickly found the answer. Taking away the possibility of Hong Luo lying, this was the most likely answer. There was no need for Hong Luo to hide the truth about this, so an answer formed in Su Ming's heart. However, when he began to feel certain of his answer, new questions popped up in his heart. The gate to the void, why does it exist? From what I understand about this gate and from what Hong Luo said, it should have disappeared after relocating me. But now, even though I can't send my divine sense too far, I can sense that gate to the void near me. What is the reason for this? Su Ming pondered over it, and after a long while, he forced down his doubts and circulated the power in his body quietly. This was the first time since he woke up that he went to sense his level of cultivation. When he woke up earlier, due to DTN's presence, Hong Luos's words, and the scenes he saw in his dreams, he did not think about going to sense his own power. At that moment, as he was surrounded by silence and knew that he should be frozen in ice, Su Ming's heart gradually calmed down. When he went on to sense his own power, information started flowing into his mind as if it had been pumped into his head. It was Hong Luo's Tao during his life, his divine abilities, his arts, his understanding towards his own cultivation, and all his knowledge towards the immortal tribe and their entire cultivation method. Su Ming's heart trembled. As he felt through this information, a huge wave stirred up in his heart. It crashed into his soul so harshly that he only recovered after a long while. Is this the immortal tribe? 3 steps to heaven, it mixes the sources of multiple worlds and turns it to the sun of an eon. More bitterness rose in Su Ming's heart, but similarly, a wave of resolution also formed. I once said that I would definitely surpass DTN, now, that thought hasn't changed. One of these days, no matter what sort of price I have to pay, I will definitely obtain the power to surpass DTN. When the time comes, Su Ming's heart slowly calmed down. He circulated the power in his body, and as time passed by, his flesh gradually did not feel as cold anymore. Life started growing in abundance in his body, and as he recovered, his divine sense also started spreading to a wider area. The power of the obstructive force also became weaker. Then one day, Su Ming's divine sense shot out of the ice mountain and started spreading in all directions. It instantly covered nearly 10,000 li of that black seawater, and that short distance was because there was a similar obstructive force in the black seawater. Over there, besides the obstructive force in the water, there was also a pressure that oppressed divine senses, or else, Su Ming's divine sense would have been able to spread to an even wider area. Once he sent his divine sense 10,000 li away, Su Ming saw where he was. He saw the glacier on the seabed, saw himself in that ice mountain along with the gate to the void. Similarly, he also saw the black seawater. However, his divine sense could not continue spreading until he would send it out of the seawater. It was as if compared to the seawater, the area covered by his divine sense was just a small part of the vast sea. Su Ming opened his eyes. The layer of ice enveloping his body was slowly melting, causing him to be able to open his eyes. However, he still could not move. He looked at the black seawater beyond the layer of ice and confusion appeared in his eyes, but soon, that confusion disappeared. Could it be the Dead Sea? Su Ming's pupils shrank. He pulled back his divine sense. He then covered the area around his body with his divine sense and sent some of it towards the sealed gate to the void. After taking a closer look at it, Su Ming found some clues. When the gate to the void was going to relocate me, DTN's power interfered with its energy, causing the destination of the relocation to be thrown off track, and it sent me to the ice under the Dead Sea. However, due to DTN's power and this ice sealing it up, it didn't disappear. Instead, it's as if it had gained physical form and was made to stay in the world. If that's the case, if it is operational, then can it activate its relocating abilities and send me back to my cave abode? A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The power of berserker bones erupted from his body and spread through his body. Cracking sounds rang out, and the ice layer encasing him immediately cracked. However, it had only started cracking. He was still a long way from escaping. Su Ming frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, and at the instant he did so, profundity filled his gaze. A brilliant light shone in his eyes, and the small person that looked exactly like him sitting at his Dantian region also opened his eyes. With a bang, the ice encasing Su Ming trembled once again due to the different power that erupted from his body. It was a different power from the power of the Berserker tribe. While that power did not cause more cracks to appear, the cracks that had originally been there started spreading out. These two different sorts of power caused two different changes. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he gained a new understanding towards his current level of cultivation. The power of the Berserker tribe is strong and fierce, that is why it could make the layer of ice crack. The power of the Immortal tribe is a lasting sort of power and is also gentle, that's why it made those cracks stretch. By changing the types of power multiple times, after a few days, the layer of ice encasing Su Ming's body shattered, causing him to regain mobility. However, only the interior part of the layer of ice shattered, the external layer was still around, and it looked like a gigantic shell. The ice around Su Ming was also rapidly growing. Before long, it would turn into a mountain that would seal him up once again. From the descriptions of the Tao Hong Luo gave me as his inheritance, the small human in me is called a nascent soul. The level of cultivation belonging to the Immortal tribe in me should be called the nascent soul stage. However, the nascent soul stage isn't really that strong. It absolutely can't compare to DTN. But with his powerful divine sense, Hong Luo had allowed this body to cast most of his divine abilities. If that's the case, then it seems that divine senses are the core of the Immortal tribe. Hong Luo might have died, but in the Tao he left me, he also passed to me a lot of divine abilities and arts. It's a pity, all of them require powerful divine sense before I can execute them. But there are some arts that can be casted in the nascent soul stage, such as... A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a swift step forward, and his body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already several dozens of feet away from where he previously was. It might just be several dozens of feet, and Su Ming could close that distance with that same amount of time with his speed, but he was not using any hint of the power belonging to the Berserker tribe. He was only using the Immortal's divine abilities. Short distance warping, Su Ming mumbled softly. As he mulled over it, he spread his divine sense once again. This time, he did not check the black seawater beyond the ice mountain. Instead, he swept his divine sense through the glacier. Suddenly, his expression changed. Within the area of his divine sense, he saw numerous living creatures frozen and sealed up within the endless glacier. These creatures were almost always sealed at a certain distance away from each other. Chapter 408. Gate of Relocation. In the rather remote spot where White Bull tribe and Black Crane tribe were located in the land of the shamans in South Morning, something had happened to them during these few days that horrified the two tribes. White Bull tribe's terror stemmed from Su Ming. He might have left that day, but what the patriarch of White Bull tribe had done had sparked the people's anger. Most of the members of the tribe believed that sending their women out for an outsider to satisfy his urges was a great humiliation. They would rather fight and kill than go through this. Besides, to most of the people, they believed that if they worked together, there was still a chance for them to kill Su Ming. That was why they were skeptical towards their patriarch's actions. Even though it had not truly happened, that grudge and skepticism had been planted in their hearts like seeds. The monkey-faced old man in White Bull tribe knew about it, but he could only remain silent. Compared to the cruel methods the other patriarchs employed to control their tribe, the old man was attached to his tribe from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately for him, that grudge and skepticism only lasted for most of the month, and it gradually disappeared a little when that incident that terrified the entire White Bull tribe transpired. The reason for this was because of a member of White Bull tribe venturing out of the tribe alone. That person was a young man, and he had with him the hot-bloodedness and recklessness of that age. He was also the partner of two among the 3 women who were sent out at that time. He came to Su Ming's cave abode alone, but when he arrived, he found, to his shock, that the entire mountain range had disappeared. Everything was gone. The spot where the mountain range and cave abode had been had turned into a flatland. There was no sign of any destruction around the place. It was as if there was no mountain over there to begin with. When the young man returned to the tribe and the entire White Bull tribe learned about it, the monkey-faced old man brought some men with him to where Su Ming's cave abode was located previously. After close inspection, confusion also appeared on the old man's face, but it was swiftly covered by the terror towards the unknown. Not only did the mountain range disappear, even the shaman crystal vein had disappeared. The monkey-faced old man looked at the vast and empty land. For some unknown reason, fear suddenly rose in his heart. It was as if there was a murderous aura looming in the quiet of this land. It made his heart tremble, and he immediately brought his tribe members back to the people. Then, with his status as the patriarch, he placed a gag order on all the tribe members. He forbade all his people from speaking about it, and all those who went against his words were punished severely. He had a feeling that the strange phenomenon that appeared in the land of the shamans over the past few days, especially the gigantic white sun that had manifested in the sky, was somewhat related to this strange incident. However, he did not have any proof for this, only a feeling that it was that way. Black Crane tribe had also sunk into a state of terror similar to that of White Bull tribe, but it was slightly different. The disappearance of their tribe leader, and Madame G, who left and never returned, all of these were a clear sign, telling them that the person who took over the shaman crystal vein was not an ordinary person. In fact, the patriarch of Black Crane tribe had also brought some people to the place quietly in hopes of investigating. Yet he saw the exact same sight as the people from White Bull tribe. That was an empty flatland, a completely different sight compared to what he remembered. The looming murderous aura in the place also caused the patriarch of Black Crane tribe to feel shaken to the core. He quickly left and told his tribe members to treat that place as forbidden grounds. Due to the disappearance of the shaman crystal vein, Black Crane tribe and White Bull tribe also lost their reason to fight against each other. Time passed by slowly. A month later, a fiery red ape charged towards the place from the distance. It was momentarily stunned by the empty plains and circled through the place multiple times in search for something. Eventually, it found that the place had really turned into empty flatland. The cave abode and the mountain range that was once there were gone, even the only person who was amicable to it was gone. Yet it did not give up. Instead, it lived around the area and would occasionally check the place, trying to search for a way to enter. All of these people did not know that in truth, the cave abode and mountain range had not disappeared. It was still there, but Hong Luo had cast that divine ability of his and hidden it away, causing other people to be unable to see or sense it, much less touch it. It was as if it had turned into a dimension that was separated from the world. Within that dimension and beyond the mountain range were two corpses on the ground. More accurately speaking, it should be three corpses, but Madame G's corpse had already turned into pieces, and her appearance could no longer be seen. One of the two remaining corpses was Madame G's puppet, who was also her husband, Ji Yunhai. The other one was the dried-up corpse belonging to the tribe leader of Black Crane. What was left besides them were the numerous black beetles on the ground. These small insects lay on the ground unmoving, but there was not a hint of death that could be found on them. It was as if they were only deep asleep. The only thing that could be seen flying about in the area was a black line. It was the strange, small snake belonging to Su Ming. That snake was pacing about in the air, occasionally letting out screeching sounds, as if it was searching for something, but it could not find it. Eventually, it flew to a small virescent sword lying in the bushes not too far away and laid down beside it, occasionally letting out small cries as if it was calling out to something. The cave abode in the mountain range was beside it, and there was a gigantic medicinal cauldron placed in one of the chambers. The power of the world from all around was still surging into it, causing the medicine inside to go through its slow refinement. In another stone chamber was an old berserker, who was lying there unmoving, but his eyelids were shivering. He was showing signs of struggling to open his eyes and wake up. Yet right when he gathered all his power to open his eyes, the small snake lying in the grass outside the cave abode lifted its head and hissed. It stared at its master's cave abode, and moved swiftly, swimming through the grass before immediately flying up. When it flew up, the three spirit plunders lying around the area were brought up and charged towards the cave abode, crossing through all the paths before appearing in the stone chamber where the old man's body lay. The small snake let out a sharp shriek, flung its body, and the three spirit plunders instantly flew towards the top of the old man's head, floating above him in their original positions. The moment those spirit plunders reached him, the old berserker had actually managed to open up his closed eyes a slit. A low growl that sounded like that of a beast fell from his lips. At the same time the small snake hissed above the old man, a chilling glare appeared in its eyes. With one swift move, it charged towards him and bit down fiercely on his arm. Immediately, a gust of black smoke spread through the old man's arm, and once it covered his entire body, the old man let out a disgruntled growl. He closed his eyes once again. The small snake stayed by his side and observed him for a while before flying out of the cave abode and returning to the small Verescent sword's side. Then, when it was back there, it occasionally lifted its head and cried out, calling out to something. Its voice echoed in the air. "This is my home," was what it felt. Everything had to remain in its original state for Master to return. Before its master returned, it would protect this place, even if it was for eternity. Besides, unless there was no one who had a divine sense that surpassed Hong Luo's, then no one in the entire land of South Morning would be able to find this mountain range. And there was practically no one in the land of South Morning whose divine sense could surpass Hong Luo's. As for DTN, he had already scattered away. Hong Luo might have died, but his seal was still around. It might be weakening slowly, but it would still take several hundreds of years before it completely disappeared. Time continued trickling, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already been gone from this place for half a year. During the past 6 months, White Bull Tribe and Black Crane Tribe did not pay attention to that disappeared mountain range most of the time. Peace returned to their tribes, and there were practically no fights between them. Instead, during the past half a year, they were making preparations to migrate. If they were to migrate alone, it would be difficult for small tribes like theirs to not run into any sort of danger in the vast land of the shamans. That was why even if they wanted to move, most of them would wait for slightly larger tribes migrating, and they would join those people when they passed by their place. Even though they might lose some of their people, but this was the only way for more of their people to survive. On the day half a year later, midnight, a sudden, strong ray of light appeared in the dark sky. That light only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. It might have caught quite a lot of people's attention, but when they focused their gazes over there, the light had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time that ray of light appeared, the small snake lifted its head swiftly at the disappeared mountain range located right between White Bull Tribe and Black Crane Tribe. Watchfulness shone in its eyes and it continued hissing while keeping its gaze fixed on the empty spot several thousands of feet away from it. At that moment, a ball of dark light had appeared over there. The ball of light brought with it a mighty pressure that caused the grass on the ground to bend its back, because out of nowhere, a gust of wind began to blow against them. There was also a large amount of freezing air coming from within that dark ball of light. That freezing air fused with the wind and caused ice to appear on the ground all around the light, and it started spreading outwards slowly. The small snake did not let out a single sound. It lay on the grass and glared at the dark ball of light coldly. This was where its master's cave abode was. Right then, its master had left the place, and if any outsider trespassed into the land, the snake would definitely protect the place. In truth, during the past half a year, that was what it had been doing. Almost once every few days, it would go and bite that old berserker so that the person would be in a constant state of weakness but would not die. It remembered that this was the duty given to that monkey, but now that the monkey was not around, the snake took its place. At that moment, the small snake's gaze turned colder. It was waiting and was observing just what that dark ball of light was. Time slowly passed by, and after the time of the burning of an incense stick, the ball of light gave off a brilliant flash and its shape changed. That spherical shape gradually turned into an oval, and as it let out an even stronger amount of pressure, fine cracks appeared on it. Cracking sounds came from within, and during that instant, a person walked out of the oval-shaped light. When he stepped out, the chilling air instantly grew thicker by several fold, causing the area to instantly turn bone-chillingly cold. The small snake charged out rapidly without a sound. Its eyes sparkled and its poisonous fangs slipped out, but right when it was about to deliver the killing blow on that person with its bite, the killing intent in its eyes suddenly disappeared, and it was replaced by surprised delight. It shrank its poisonous fangs back and let out cries of joy while dashing towards that person. That person was naturally Su Ming. At that moment, his face was rife with excitement. When he lifted his right hand, the small snake immediately flew right onto his palm and started crying out happily at him. At the same time, due to his arrival, an unimaginable amount of freezing air that seemed to come from his body spread through the ground, immediately covering the entire land around the area in a thin layer of ice. Chapter 409. Refining a Puppet. Su Ming lifted his left hand and pushed against the vortex behind him through the air. Immediately, a large amount of freezing air spilled out from his body and enveloped the gate. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and immediately, the gate to the void turned into a giant ice block. Once he was done, Su Ming let out a happy laugh. He looked at the small snake on his palm. He might have not seen it for only half a year, but to him, he had gone through a lot of things during the past 6 months. It felt like a long time had gone by since he left the cave abode till he came back. The small snake cried out and hissed on Su Ming's palm. The freezing look in its eyes had been replaced by joy, and it lowered its head to snuggle at Su Ming's palm. It was too small, only as thick as his finger, and once it started doing something like this, it looked rather adorable. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He might have returned to his cave abode, but the freezing air in his body had not completely dissipated. As it continued spreading from under his feet, the ground at a circular area of several thousands of feet with him as its center was instantly covered in ice. Wisps of white mist rose in the air and floated about, causing the temperature in the area to immediately be reduced by a large half. That was not all. A large amount of water droplets appeared on Su Ming's body. Those water droplets seeped out of his skin and looked like sweat, but in truth, he knew that those were the results of the freezing air in his body. A glint appeared in his eyes. All his pores immediately closed up, and at that instant, the freezing air spreading outwards died down somewhat. There were still faint wisps of cold air though. I can't let all the freezing air in my body leave, or else it'll take me a long time to get used to the temperature again if I ever go to the glacier at the seabed of the Dead Sea, Su Ming thought in his heart. He lifted the small snake and moved his right hand to his shoulder. Once he did so, the small snake immediately flew up and landed on his shoulder, lying down there, looking as if it was lounging on his shoulder. Su Ming looked at his familiar cave abode, and the excitement in his eyes gradually disappeared. When his gaze fell on the 2 corpses on the ground, his eyes lit up with a freezing glare. Ji Yunhai. Su Ming looked at the thin, dried-up corpse, and could not help but remember what had happened during his fight with Madame Ji. He walked towards Ji Yunhai's corpse at an unhurried pace. Crouching down, he placed his hand on Ji Yunhai's corpse. After observing it closely for a few moments, a pensive look appeared in his eyes. Then he dipped his head down to look at the large amount of black beetles that had not died but had only fallen into deep sleep scattered around Ji Yunhai's corpse. The strength of these small insects left an incredibly deep impression on Su Ming that day. I wonder how many years it has been since Ji Yunhai died and he was turned into a puppet by Madame Ji. She has died now, and if I could control this puppet, then it'd be able to help me when I go to the glacier. Su Ming lifted 2 fingers and picked up one of the black beetles on the ground, bringing it up to his face. He observed it for a long time. This bug isn't a puppet. How did Madame Ji control it? Su Ming stared at the small bug for a long while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked towards Ji Yunhai's corpse. Could it be that these insects aren't controlled by Madame Ji but by Ji Yunhai? Even if Ji Yunhai had been turned into a puppet, the insects are still affected by their own instincts, right? Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the red ring on his right hand's finger. With a sparkle in his eyes, he stood up and started pacing about outside his cave abode, a frown between his brows. Sometimes he would look pensive, and at other times delighted, but eventually, his mood became one of uncertainty. It was as if there was something that made it difficult for him to make a decision. After the burning of an incense stick, Su Ming came to a halt and turned his head to the side, looking at the oval-shaped vortex that sent him back here, placed not too far away from him, the gate to the void. That gate was floating there quietly, covered in ice. It had already turned into a huge block of ice. I have no idea how long I've been unconscious, but judging by the changes in the cave abode, once I add all the time together, it shouldn't have been more than a year since I left, and I was in the glacier for about 3 months after I woke up. Su Ming remembered himself being at what seemed like the bottom part of the Dead Sea and the things he went through during the past 3 months in that dark world in the glacier. He used half a month to walk out of the glacier for the first time, but right when he walked out, the pressure of the black seawater immediately fell on him, and it was incredibly difficult for him to even move one step. Then he used another 1.5 months to somewhat get used to the pressure in the sea so he could walk about 1,000 feet. Once he took each step, he had to lift his foot quickly, or else it would be instantly encased by the glacier. This made it incredibly difficult for him to stop on the glacier, and he had to constantly make sure he kept moving at a fast pace. At a spot 800-something feet away from the ice block where he was previously was the closest thing sealed in the glacier among the countless other living beings there, and he had sensed it earlier with his divine sense. It was a ferocious-looking man with green scales covering his entire body. That man was 60 feet tall and his muscles had swelled up as if there was a shocking amount of power contained within. He had his left hand clenched in a fist, and he held a gigantic club in his right hand. Su Ming had no idea what that club was made of. It was entirely black, and there were 9 sharp teeth sticking out of it. It left a savage impression on people, and at the same time, there was also an air about the club that would leave fear in people's hearts. That gigantic spiked club was clearly a treasure. After several days of observation, and once he was certain that the frozen man no longer had a hint of life left in him, he used half a month to test out all sorts of methods to break through that ice. In the end, he had only managed to crack several inches of the ice, and once he stopped, the cracks would automatically close up. With Su Ming's current level of cultivation, leaving a crack of several inches was already his limit. He was also puzzled by it. After all, he could break through the ice that had encased him, but it was taking him a lot of effort just trying to break that layer of ice sealing the man. Once Su Ming pondered over it, he obtained his answer. The cause was the length of time the both of them were sealed. From the unique characteristic of him instantly being frozen the moment his feet landed on the glacier, it was clear that it had not been a long time since he was sealed in his block of ice, which was why he could break out of it. However, it was different for the ice encasing this man. It must have been around for ages. If Su Ming wanted to break the ice in which the man was sealed, then he needed a higher level of cultivation. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ming used half a month to dig out the gate to the void from the ice. Once he examined it for a moment, he went through the gate and returned to the cave abode. While staring at the gate to the void, Su Ming frowned. Judging by the Immortals system, I'm now at the early stage of the nascent soul stage. I don't know what realm these nascent soul cultivators would be if compared to us berserkers, but from what I can sense, it should be around my current level now. However, the power of the Immortals is lasting and they're skilled in using divine abilities. If that's the case, then I can still make some assessments. Su Ming averted his gaze from the gate to the void and started thinking. The early stage of the nascent soul stage is around my current level, where I have 4 berserker bones. If it's the mid-stage, then I guess it would be about the level where I have more than 10 bones. If this assumption is correct, then the late nascent soul would be equivalent to when I have 20-something bones, and the soul formation stage among the Immortals should be the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. That should be it. An epiphany is required for the Immortals' soul formation. If the nascent divinity is born from the body, then it would be an existence that surpasses the nascent soul. As for the berserker tribe, once we reach the berserker soul realm, we can manifest our very own statue of the god of berserkers. If I make this comparison, one of them is the nascent divinity in the body, and the other is the statue of the god of berserkers outside the body. They both have similarities. As for the soul transformation stage, which is above the Immortals' soul formation, that would be the middle stage of the berserker soul realm. Then in the Immortals system, the peak of the first step, ascendant, should be the latter stage of the berserker soul realm. The Immortals system has a illusory yin and corporeal yang state between the first step and the second step. Judging by that case, then this illusory yin and corporeal yang is equivalent to the full great completion of the berserker soul realm. If they manage to break through, then according to their system, the Immortals will truly arrive at the second step. It's a pity that the berserkers' cultivation system has been cut off after the berserker soul realm. But there's definitely a similar realm among the berserker tribe to the immortal tribe's second step. Su Ming closed his eyes, and after a long while, he reopened them. I'm practicing both the immortals and berserkers' cultivation methods, but it's a pity I can't combine these two powers. When I cast the immortal's arts, the power of the berserkers will fall silent, and when I use the power of the berserkers, I can't cast the immortal's divine abilities. Besides my divine sense operating as usual, I can't use any other arts. Still, even so, if I use them alternately, then my battle prowess will be stronger by a large margin compared to when I was half a year ago. Su Ming clenched his fists. Once he swept his gaze past the land, his eyes fell on the dried-up corpse belonging to the tribe leader of Black Crane. Su Ming walked towards him. He looked at the corpse coldly, and eventually stared at the person's right leg. There was a wound over there that had clearly not recovered, along with a gigantic, dead scorpion. This person is the one I injured from Black Crane tribe. A chilling glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had been quite puzzled before about Madame Ji's arrival. That distinct killing intent was clearly directed towards him. Both White Bull tribe and Black Crane tribe were suspects. However, in his heart, Su Ming held more suspicion towards Black Crane tribe. When he saw the tribe leader's corpse, a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. Madame Ji's appearance had made Su Ming experience many things during the past half a year. There were good things and bad things, but his narrow escape from death made it impossible for him to let Black Crane tribe, who was the instigator for Madame Ji's arrival, off. Su Ming's eyes were freezing cold. With a swing of his arm, he brought Ji Yunhai's corpse and the sleeping black beetles back to his cave abode, along with the small virescent sword that came flying towards him automatically with a whistle. Once he returned to his cave abode, Su Ming immediately went to the stone chamber with the medicinal cauldron. When he saw that everything was as it was, he felt relieved. Then he went to the stone chamber with the old berserker. Once he saw that the old man was now covered head to toe in black, and his body was filled with bite marks, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. The small snake on his shoulder immediately lifted its head with a pleased look on its face, looking forward to being praised for its deeds. Su Ming smiled. Once he swept his gaze past the old berserker's body, a glint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. I'm not a soul catcher. Trying to create a soul catcher puppet will be very difficult for me, but now that I have the immortal's power, Hong Luo had some divine abilities he left with me that can allow nascent soul cultivators to cast their own puppets. Su Ming stroked his chin, then sent a thought to the small snake on his shoulder. The small snake immediately flew up and charged out of the cave abode, floating in midair while keeping vigilance of its surroundings, protecting Su Ming. Chapter 410. Poison Corpse and Clone. DTN's projection should have disappeared under the power of the god of berserkers, but his clone is already so powerful. If he sends another one or comes himself, Su Ming sat down cross-legged in his cave abode, and when he remembered what happened half a year ago, a dark look settled on his face. But if he has such power, then why am I so important to him? Is there a secret on me or perhaps in DTN's heart? Su Ming had been thinking about this question for a very long time, but he still had not found a complete answer. Fei-er, Su Ming said softly. At the same time he said those two words, while there was no grief in his divine sense, but sorrow rose within his heart and body uncontrollably. He closed his eyes. When he opened them after some time, anguish surfaced in them. Perhaps the greatest sorrow in the world is when you don't even know why you're sad, Su Ming mumbled softly in anguish. He remembered the stone statue of the girl in the coffin. He also understood that everything in the dream was perhaps real, but there was still a large part of his memories missing, and it was difficult for him to experience that sort of misery in both his body and soul. Without deeply etched memories, even the most familiar people will turn into strangers, but no one can wipe away the body's memories. The pain in my heart is reminding me of the existence of this sorrow, but my mind is calm. It's as if my body and soul are separated. Just what is this destiny? Just what is DTN's will? Who am I? Was everything in Dark Mountain really just an illusion? Why did Elder name me Su Ming? Destiny, destiny, once I control my own fate, then who else can call me destiny? No one. Su Ming lifted his head, and his gaze seemed to have penetrated through the cave abode to look at the sky beyond the seal. After a long while, he closed his eyes and started forming seals with his hands. The nascent soul in his body moved in accordance to the seals and cast the divine ability required to refine puppets. The material for it was that old berserker. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, another month passed. During that time, the small snake kept vigilance and observed the surroundings outside, keeping to Su Ming's orders given to it through his thoughts, acting as a protector. On this day, the power of the world in Su Ming's cave abode suddenly started churning in waves and turned into a vortex in an instant, absorbing all the power of the world around the area. Even the mountain range started roaring, and this continued for most of the day until two people walked out of the cave abode. The person walking in front was Su Ming. His expression was aloof and he was dressed in a black robe. Behind him stood the old berserker, whose gaze was blank. He was covered head to toe in black, and there was a ghastly air emanating from him as he followed Su Ming. Su Ming stopped outside the cave abode and turned his head back to cast a glance at the old berserker behind him. A faint glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his right hand, formed a seal, then pointed at him. Immediately, dark light shone in the old man's eyes. He took a step forward and threw a fist towards the sky. That one fist caused a loud rumble to ring in the sky, along with a large amount of ripples. There was also a wave of black fog that spread out as he threw his fist outwards, and it covered an area of 70 to 80 feet. Not too far away, the small snake lifted its head and stared at the black fog with a quizzical look in its eyes. The old berserker stood in midair, unmoving. Su Ming stared at the old man, then shook his head and sighed. This person might just be in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm, but he practiced some sort of divine ability that not only made his body really sturdy, he could also split his soul up in several parts and hide them in his body. With the immortal's art to refine puppets, I can only refine 2 of his souls and 4 of his spirits. I still can't find where he hid that one other soul and 3 spirits of his, or else I would be able to use him to cast divine abilities belonging to the berserker soul realm instead of me being only able to use his physical strength. But this is good too. From this corpse transformation through all venom Hong Luo left for me, I can refine a poison corpse. I don't need any divine abilities, I just need a strong physical body, because the venom in that body is the best divine ability it has. Right now, while I'm only halfway done refining it, but some of the small snake's poison is in his body, and that poison is very domineering. I can use that poison temporarily. Once I run into other sorts of poison in the future, I can let this poison corpse absorb it and then slowly refine him into a real poison corpse. With just a poison corpse alone, I might not be able to break that ice just yet. I still need to make more preparations. Su Ming mulled over his thoughts for some time before he sent out a thought to the poison corpse, then he ignored it, returning to his cave abode and isolating himself once again. The poison corpse descended from the sky. It was still covered head to toe in black, but its eyes had become dull once again. It stood outside the cave abode, unmoving. The small snake in the sky hesitated for a moment before it flew towards the puppet in a flash and laid down on its head while hissing, looking really comfortable. Time continued trickling by. During these days, Su Ming continued trying to refine Ji Yunhai's corpse, but every single time he sent his divine sense into Ji Yunhai's corpse, he could not make his divine sense stay. There was no place for him to leave his brand there. Ji Yunhai's body was empty. Even his organs could not be found. His entire person was like an empty shell, making Su Ming truly puzzled as to how Madame Ji had managed to control it. He tried a lot of methods, but none of them yielded any results. Su Ming stared at Ji Yunhai's corpse and thought about it for a long time with a frown on his face, but he could only shake his head and sigh. Soul catchers are really mysterious. Madame Ji's puppet is also different from the young soul catcher's puppet I saw in the past. Just how did she control this puppet? This is clearly an empty shell. Su Ming frowned. Suddenly, a focused look appeared on his face and he looked towards Ji Yunhai's corpse swiftly. A brilliant flash gradually appeared in his eyes. Empty shell, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After a moment of pensive silence, he closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, then tapped on several spots on his body. His entire presence changed, and the small nascent soul in him opened his eyes. The spirit in his eyes made it clear that this was indeed Su Ming. With one move, that small nascent soul seeped out from the top of Su Ming's skull, then floated above his head. His body was rather indistinct, as if he would dissipate when wind blew against him. He also shuddered, and it caused shock along with confusion to appear in the small person's eyes. The nascent soul cultivators only train their souls. Their bodies are just an empty shell. Their nascent souls are their foundations. For a cultivator, once their nascent soul or nascent divinity is taken away, it would signify their death. On the other hand, their bodies are less important. Su Ming's voice tumbled out of that small nascent soul. With a dash, it charged towards Ji Yunhai's corpse and disappeared without a trace. After a moment, Ji Yunhai opened his eyes. They were gray, but within the depths of that gray a dark light was flashing. Yi Yunhai sat up slowly and dipped his head down to inspect his body. After some time, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Not bad, so I can use puppets like this as well. It must be different from Madame Ji's method though. At the same time, Su Ming opened his eyes. Once he met Ji Yunhai's gaze, a smile appeared on his lips, and at the same time, a rather intrigued look crossed his face. Su Ming looked at Ji Yunhai and felt as if he had been split into two. One of them had manifested in Ji Yunhai's body with his power in the immortal tribe, while the other one was his real self, watching himself casting an art akin to possession so that he could control Ji Yunhai. Su Ming smiled. Ji Yunhai, who was under the control of his nascent soul, also smiled. He got up, and with one move, booming sounds came from another stone chamber. There was a large amount of black beetles there, and they were all waking up, charging towards him. Su Ming's gaze narrowed, but he did not move. Even Ji Yunhai, who was under his nascent soul's control, did not move. He simply let those beetles approach them and cover up Ji Yunhai's entire body, making it seem as if Ji Yunhai had become another person. If no one took a closer look, they would be unable to tell that this body was not made of flesh and blood but by those insects. If that's the case, then I can consider this to be another clone for me. Su Ming's spirits were lifted up. He witnessed the might of DTN's projected clone, and now that he obtained this strange puppet as well, his understanding towards the immortal tribe increased. Su Ming was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. With just one thought, a hint of a smile appeared on the dark clone's face and he took a huge step forward before he walked out of the cave abode. As he watched the clone leave, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and when he turned it over, a crystal the size of a fist appeared in his palm. That was the wind crystal of inheritance. He stared at it, and a strange look appeared on his face. He had thought of everything he could, but it was simply too difficult for him to fuse with this item. However, during the fight with Madame Ji that day, an idea formed in his head when he saw Madame Ji cast a divine ability when they were fighting against each other. However, he had lost his consciousness later. Now that he had returned to his cave abode, he could clear his mind and ponder over that idea to see whether it was feasible. It doesn't matter whether it's the power of the god of berserkers or Han Mountain Bell. Even this immortal's power is just external power to me. I can't rely on them too much. My power as a berserker alone is the foundation for me to become stronger. Su Ming stared at the wind crystal of inheritance for several moments before a strange light shone in his eyes. Perhaps this method will work. He gritted his teeth. At that moment, his clone walked out of his cave abode under the control of his nascent soul. At the instant he walked out, the small snake lying on the poison corpse's head immediately looked up, and uncertainty appeared in its eyes. Su Ming's clone smiled. He swung his right hand at the ground, and the Black Crane tribe leader's corpse flew towards him. With it in his arms, the clone shot into the sky and turned into a long arc to charge into the distance. Once he was close to the seal Hong Luo made around the mountain range, Su Ming's clone lifted his right hand and formed a seal before he pointed at air. Immediately, ripples appeared right in front of them. Su Ming's clone stepped into the ripple and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, the clone was standing in midair. When he dipped his head down, he saw an empty mass of land beneath him, not the mountain range. There was also a fiery red ape squatting down not too far away, and it was looking at him with a flabbergasted look. When he saw the fire ape, Su Ming's clone let out a laugh and joy could be seen radiating off his face. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the fire ape. Immediately, ripples appeared in the space before the fire ape, revealing the entrance to the cave abode. The fire ape was momentarily stunned before it immediately crawled in and disappeared within that entrance. The smile on Su Ming's clone gradually disappeared, replaced by coldness. He looked towards the direction of Black Crane tribe, then charged straight towards it. Chapter 411, Black Crane. The clone looked like an extremely powerful man from the distance. He was about 10 feet tall and had no hair. His entire body was black, and there were waves of murderous aura spreading out from him. That murderous aura came from those black beetles. At the same time, lying within that murderous aura was a dense life force, and hidden within it was a similarly dense aura of death. The fusion of life and death could be said to be perfect, and it was enough to shock all those who saw it. This was not a normal puppet. In fact, it could be said that there were a lot of differences between this clone and the other Soul Catcher's puppets. Due to Su Ming's nascent soul, the clone looked like a normal person. As Su Ming's clone moved forward, black fog tumbled about under his feet. Buzzing sounds could be heard faintly, echoing in the air. If anyone lifted their heads to look from the ground, they would definitely be terrified by this scene. Black Crane Tribe was not far from this mountain range to begin with. Su Ming's clone would be able to reach it very soon with his current speed. Smoke could be seen coming up from Black Crane Tribe's mountain from the sky in the distance. It was noon at that moment. Clearly, the members of the tribe had lit up fire to cook their food. Some children were still playing, and the warriors stationed around Black Crane Tribe were not on alert. Most of them were lounging around. The stone statue that looked like a crane at the top of the mountain cast a shade on the land under the sunlight. As time passed by, that shade started moving slowly. It was peaceful in the entire tribe, but that peace turned into cries of surprise when Su Ming arrived. The children quickly ran back to their houses, and the expressions of the lounging warriors changed drastically as they looked towards the sky in shock. Su Ming's clone appeared in the sky above Black Crane Tribe with billowing black fog around him. That black appearance and murderous aura that filled his entire body caused the clone's arrival to be met with commotion from Black Crane Tribe. He looked at the nervous warriors within that small tribe coldly, then flew down, landing on the peak of the mountain, right on top of the head of that gigantic crane. As he stood there, Su Ming called out in a deep voice, "Patriarch of Black Crane Tribe, come out." Almost at the same time Su Ming's clone said those words, several old men immediately rushed out of their own houses from the tribe underneath. There was a thin old man among these people. He held a bone cane in his hand, and with a steely face, he stared at Su Ming. However, that person was feeling rather terrified in his heart. He had never met Ji Yunhai before. At that moment, as he saw Su Ming with this appearance, especially that life force and aura of death that filled his entire body, along with that murderous aura, the old man felt as if he could smell the stench of blood in the air. "Sir, who are you?" "I am the Patriarch of Black Crane Tribe." The old man took a step forward and tapped the ground with the cane in his hand before he spoke in a low voice. Su Ming's divine clone smiled coldly. He did not speak, only lifted his right hand to point at the direction below him. Immediately, a dried-up corpse appeared behind him and charged towards the old man. It landed on the ground with a bang. That corpse was naturally the tribe leader of Black Crane. The instant he saw that corpse, the patriarch's pupils shrank. When the other tribe members beside him saw that corpse, their expressions also changed, and they couldn't help it. "What is the meaning of this? Who is this? I have never seen him before." The patriarch of Black Crane Tribe gritted his teeth and remarked in a low tone. He had been able to recognize with just one glance that this person was the tribe leader of Black Crane, but he could not admit to his identity no matter what. He could not tell whether this dark man was sent by Madame Ji or by the owner of the mountain range. Yet no matter who sent him, the patriarch was not exactly in a position where he could offend either one, which was why he decided to grit his teeth and not admit to his identity. "It doesn't matter to me whether you admit it or not." A freezing glare appeared in the eyes of Su Ming's clone. He lifted his right hand slowly. This tribe had made him go through all those dangers half a year ago. If Su Ming had not wanted to bring trouble on himself and not destroy this tribe, only choosing to teach them a lesson, then perhaps this would not have happened. Hong Luo's appearance and the things that happened later might have been extremely meaningful for Su Ming, but it also made him a lot of enemies in the land of the shamans. The outcome of it all was not exactly very valuable, and there was in no way Su Ming could accept it if the source of it all did not pay for the consequences. Almost the instant Su Ming lifted his right hand, the patriarch of Black Crane Tribe let out a piercing howl and charged over. Behind him, the other powerful warriors of Black Crane tribe flew up swiftly and charged towards the close as well. This was different from White Bull tribe's restraint. Black Crane tribe had chosen to attack. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He might not have gotten himself completely used to this body, but if he worked together with the Black Beetles, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. At that moment, as the people from Black Crane tribe rushed over, Su Ming let out a cold snort. Immediately, a deafening buzz stirred up around him. Then, as if his body was dissolving, the Black Beetles scattered away and flew up. At the same moment they turned into a black fog. They charged towards the incoming members of Black Crane tribe with hisses and killing intent. At the same time, the true appearance of Su Ming's clone was revealed. The dried-up body and gray eyes made all those who saw him feel terrified. Shrill cries of pain instantly spread through the attackers. Those people who had rushed over were enveloped by a large amount of black beetles. Blood gushed all over the place from their bodies. They no longer rushed forward, but chose to quickly retreat. Su Ming watched everything aloofly while standing on the crane's head. He lifted his right hand and made a seal before pointing in the direction before him. Immediately, the power of the world around him rushed to him with a boom, gathering up into a gigantic sword before him. He lifted that sword and swung it down in the direction below him. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe let out a low growl and pushed his hands forward to crash into the incoming sword. His body shuddered, and a purplish-red hue appeared on his face, but he managed to keep that sword in midair. There was not a hint of change on the clone's face. He only said one word coldly. Explode. Once that word was spoken, the sword suddenly exploded and stirred up a whirlwind that swept through the area. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood and tumbled backwards. The instant it happened, Su Ming's clone took a step forward and disappeared. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe saw this with his own eyes, and a bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. As he turned around, his pupils shrank. He saw a finger coming swiftly to tap at the center of his brows. That life-threatening crisis made the patriarch of Black Crane tribe bite his tongue and cough out a huge mouthful of blood. His body rapidly withered away and he looked as if he had aged several dozens of years in an instant. His face was covered in wrinkles and his presence weakened. When Su Ming pierced through the center of his brows, his body started scattering away. Clearly, this was just an afterimage. The old man's body reappeared several hundreds of feet away. His face was ashen and there was fear in it. Shrill cries of pain rang non-stop all around him. All the warriors in the tribe were surrounded by the invincible black beetles. Those bugs were mysterious insects that Ji Yunhai had personally refined in the past. It could be said that these bugs had also given him that fiendish reputation in the shaman tribe. There was in no way such a small tribe like this would be able to kill these bugs so easily. After all, even Su Ming had only been able to make these bugs fall asleep once he isolated Ji Yunhai's body. Sacred progenitor of Black Crane, I offer my blood to you as a sacrifice, please awaken. When the patriarch of Black Crane tribe saw his tribe's warriors dying, his eyes became bloodshot. He tore open his chest ferociously and ripped out his own heart right before Su Ming without caring about his blood flowing out nor his life force gradually diminishing. That heart was still beating as the old man held it high above his head. A sharp look appeared on Su Ming's face. Immediately, he heard a large number of voices crying out similar words by his ears. Those people who were fighting against the black beetles imitated the old man's actions with madness on their faces. They tore open their chests, ripped out their hearts, and held them high in the air. Sacred progenitor of Black Crane, please receive our offerings and awaken, bring down sacred punishment on this person. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood. The instant he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the gigantic crane statue at the top of Black Crane tribe's mountain. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and the stone on the statue turned into numerous fragments that shot out everywhere. At the same time, a black figure flew up from the shattered stone statue, turning into a huge black crane that was 100 feet in size. With a screech, that crane turned into a ray of black light that charged straight towards the patriarch of Black Crane tribe. It bit down on his heart and swallowed it. Once it did so, the black light shone once again, and in the span of a few breaths, the crane devoured all the offered hearts, Then with a chilling gaze, it looked towards Su Ming. You're just a puppet at the Berserker's soul realm. You're not fit for me to attack you. Leave, or else I won't mind making you stay and have you become my toy. As that cold voice came from the black crane's mouth, an incredibly powerful presence swiftly spread around. That presence was so powerful that it made the weather change slightly, and even the clouds looked as if they had become duller. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He stared at the gigantic black crane, and uncertainty rose in his heart. Sir Sacred Progenitor, you can't let him leave. The old man who had lost his heart was strangely not dead. He was lying down by the side at that moment, struggling to speak. All right, I'll give you the span of 10 breaths. If you don't leave, then I might change my mind and make you stay. I'll have you know that it's been several tens of thousands of years since I last killed someone. The presence within the gigantic black crane increased once again. It looked at Su Ming in a manner of a person looking down on someone else as it spoke slowly. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, then he spread his divine sense swiftly to envelope the area, also scanning through the big crane before he eventually gathered it at the small remaining stone left from the shattered stone statue on the mountain. Divine sense. The expression of the gigantic black crane changed. When it saw Su Ming staring at the remaining half of the stone statue, panic immediately appeared in its eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning instead into ghastliness. You're not leaving. Fine. Then stay. As the huge crane spoke, its presence became stronger once again. Rumbling sounds rang in the air. The wind and clouds tumbled about, and its body grew larger once again, making it now look 1,000 feet in size. Its voice was like a tidal wave that spread in all directions. Yet Su Ming turned a deaf ear to its words and did not even spare it a glance. He walked towards the remaining half of the stone, lifted his right hand, and placed his hand on it. What are you doing? Stop. Let's talk peacefully, bro. Chapter 412. Small Chick. When Su Ming pressed down on that remaining half of the stone statue, cracks immediately appeared on it. As cracking sounds appeared along with the spread of the cracks, the black crane that had already become 1,000 feet big charged towards Su Ming with a huge gust of wind from behind him. I gave you a wide path to tread, but you didn't take it. There was no road leading to hell, but you forced your way into it. I'm going to kill you. With a ferocious expression, the 1,000 feet black crane closed in on Su Ming with its gigantic body in an instant, bringing with it a murderous aura. With a flap of its wings, that strong gust of wind immediately forced the people on the ground to be pushed back incessantly. However, when that wind fell on Su Ming, it only managed to make him stop for a moment and did nothing else. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the 1,000 feet black crane, then lifted his right hand and struck down the cracked half of the stone statue. The instant his palm struck, the eyes of the nascent soul in Su Ming's body sparkled. A mighty power surged from his arm into the stone statue with a bang. The stone statue immediately shattered in pieces and the fragments shot in all directions, but there was nothing in there. Su Ming could not help but frown. He had scanned that statue with his divine sense previously, and had clearly felt a faint wave there. It was this wave that stirred up the power of the world in the area and made it turn into that big crane in midair. Fine. Your grandpa crane will give you one more chance. If you leave immediately, then I will let this slide. If you don't, then don't blame me for attacking you. I'm telling you, I'm very powerful. The 1,000 feet crane seemed to have let out a sigh of relief and stared at Su Ming in midair while speaking sternly. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He turned around swiftly, and with one step, he arrived at the previously shattered rock at a lightning-fast speed. He grabbed one of the stones, then the illusionary shadow of a palm appeared on his right hand. With one squeeze, that illusionary shadow also seized that rock, and with a bang, that rock immediately shattered. There was nothing inside. But Su Ming did not stop there. In a flash, he arrived at another rock, then did the same thing he'd done previously, he crushed it again. You bully! Panic and terror rose in the 1,000 feet large crane in the sky. It looked as if it was beyond rage. With a flap of its wings, it let out a piercing screech. You must think I'm full of empty threats, that's why you're not scared. All right, looks like I have to go back on the promise I made years ago. Once I beat you up, let's see whether you still think that way." As the 1,000 feet crane cried out shrilly, it started spinning in midair, and as it did so, black feathers instantly shot out from the vortex. Su Ming had his hand around a stone at that moment. Once he crushed it, he immediately felt something dangerous charging towards him. He did not turn his head back but took a step forward and his body immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 100 feet away from his previous spot. With a bang in the sky, the ground trembled, a countless number of rocks and dust rolled down the mountain, and a gigantic pit formed below. At the same time, feathers flew out swiftly from that deep pit. They whistled as they flew into the air and charged towards Su Ming. "Heh, now you see how powerful I am, right? Well, even if you want to leave now, it's too late." There was smugness in the crane's voice coming from the sky. At that moment, it changed once again and transformed into a vortex. This time, even more feathers charged out and went towards Su Ming. The entire sky was practically filled with black feathers. All of them were incredibly sharp, and as they whistled in the air, they chased after Su Ming. His clone's gray eyes sparkled. He did not manage to dodge those feathers chasing after him even after several warps. In fact, as he continued dodging, there were already 7 to 8 feathers that had managed to pierce his body. They quickly melted and turned into wisps of black smoke that seeped into his body, going straight for his nascent soul. Su Ming let out a sharp cry. His body flashed once again and he reappeared on the ground. The feathers in the sky came after him. The instant they charged towards him from midair, he stretched his arms out wide, and immediately, the black beetles turned into black clouds that came towards him in an instant. Before those feathers managed to pierce through Su Ming, the black beetles had already covered his entire body, causing the clone to return to being covered head to toe in black, regaining his tall and big man's appearance. Booming sounds shot up once again, and the feathers fell on Su Ming's body like rain, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter because of it. The earth sank in, and Su Ming also fell into that pit, sinking further and further down. The feathers stabbed his body, turning into black smoke that tried to seep through the dense black beetles and crawl into him. In the blink of an eye, booming sounds from the pit filled the air. When all the feathers disappeared, the members of Black Crane tribe who had witnessed everything immediately cheered. The large crane in midair also looked incredibly pleased with itself. It flapped its wings and let out a few fake coughs. Due to the promise I made in the past, I originally did not want to injure him heavily, but this person did not appreciate my kindness. Oh well, remember to offer me more sacrifices. I'm tired now, I need to. As the large crane spoke, its voice suddenly died down, and it narrowed its eyes to the point that it looked as if it wanted to squeeze its eyeballs out of its sockets. It whipped its head around to look at the pit underneath. Right before its eyes, it saw a pressure spreading from the pit, and it was soon followed by a brilliant flash. As that light shone, a small person about the size of a palm could be seen floating within. That person's face was dark and he no longer bore Ji Yunhai's appearance. That small person was naturally Su Ming's nascent soul. The body of this type of nascent soul was something the people of Black Crane tribe had never seen before. Once they saw it, they were all taken aback, and the patriarch, who had lost his heart but was still alive, also widened his eyes. Nascent soul, you're an immortal, damn it, how dare a nascent soul like you fly out at your level? Go back, do you know that just a gust of wind of yin and your nascent soul will shatter? Why you, go back. The large crane immediately cried out in a panic. Su Ming's nascent soul floated out of the pit, and with sparkling eyes, he looked at the screaming crane. The crane was greatly different in his eyes now. It was just an illusion, and only the black feather in its body was real. Ignoring the black crane, Su Ming immediately lowered his head and swept his gaze through the land with a dark light in his eyes. Then with one step, he immediately warped away. When he reappeared, he was already on a broken stone located not too far away. He seized at the air with his tiny hand, and immediately, that stone charged towards his palm. Bro, let's have a proper talk. Don't, the large crane immediately cried out, and as it screamed, before Su Ming managed to catch the stone that was being sucked to his hand, that stone exploded and shattered on its own. A black ray of light flew out from within, and inside that light was a small black crane that was the size of a fist. The small crane looked incredibly cute. It did not have a lot of feathers, only a few. At first glance, it did not look like a crane, but instead was more like a long-necked chick that had its feathers plucked out. At that moment, the small crane looked like it was in a state of panic. It charged forth, as if it wanted to run away, but with a glint in his eyes, Su Ming's nascent soul swiftly gave chase. The small crane let out a shrill cry, and it became much faster, charging straight towards the large crane in the sky. At the same time, the large crane in the sky shuddered and its body instantly began fading away, eventually turning to a feather, and when the small crane wanted to seize it with its mouth. Su Ming's nascent soul opened his mouth wide and a ray of green light shot out. It was naturally the small Virescent sword, and it was charging at a speed much faster than Su Ming's to appear before the small crane. The few feathers on the small crane's body immediately stood up. It let out a shrill cry and no longer bothered about that black feather. With one turn, it ran off into the distance swiftly, and with just a few flashes, it disappeared without a trace. Su Ming's nascent soul grabbed the black feather, then fixed his gaze at the spot where the small crane disappeared, quickly giving chase. Damn it, I am the sacred beast of celestial Tao. I could have killed a puny nascent soul cultivator like you with just one breath. Now, the cranes have fallen, and the land of the berserkers is being trampled by others. Why you, just you wait. The small crane immediately shot forth and avoided that ray of green light that charged by its side. It shuddered in fear, and its pathetic look made it seem even more like it was a long-necked small chick that had lost its feathers. It became even faster. Su Ming's nascent soul was right behind and continued with his relentless pursuit. He had already naturally seen through the strangeness of the crane. It should be from the immortal tribe, and now that he ran into it, he would definitely not let it go so easily. You were the one who forced me. I'll fight you. When the chick saw Su Ming closing in, it found that the green rays were becoming more frequent, and coupled with the dejection it felt, along with its very important feather being snatched away, that small chick, the more the small crane thought about it, the more upset it became. At that moment, it turned around and madness blossomed in its eyes. Celestial Tao, sacred light. It cried out in a shrill voice, opening its mouth wide to breathe out a puff of air at Su Ming. That puff of air was invisible, and the instant it was exhaled, a strong light shone out of nowhere. The power of the world around them was absorbed towards them, causing the ray of light to shoot through hundreds of thousands of feet as if it was the sun. It did not rush towards Su Ming but exploded abruptly between the two of them. There were no booms, only an almost violent gust of wind blowing past. There was a powerful propelling force contained in that wind, pushing Su Ming's nascent soul back. At the same time, the small crane also let out a shrill cry of pain. It was pushed back, causing its speed as it escaped to increase exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. When did this damn sacred light of celestial Tao become so weak? I wasn't boasting earlier. I could destroy a world with just one breath, but now, I can't even kill a small nascent soul cultivator. Just you wait. I'm a bird that holds onto my grudges. A lot, immensely. As the small crane left, its voice also gradually became weaker. As for Su Ming, he was pushed back by that violent gust of wind, and his nascent soul was left several tens of thousands of feet away. He executed several warps and only then did he manage to avoid the impact of the force. Yet even so, his nascent soul had already become quite transparent because of it. He stood in midair, not bothered by the transparent condition and weakness of his nascent soul. Instead, Su Ming stared in the direction the small crane had ran off to, then after some time, he let out a cold harumph and turned around to leave. Chapter 413, Crystal Fusion. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe was now ashen pale. He stared at the sky with a blank look and a bittersweet smile appeared on his lips. He knew that he would definitely die, and he could not blame anyone for this. If it was not because of his own greed over the shaman crystals that caused him to try and destroy White Bull tribe, he would have not brought such a disaster on his own head. By his side, most of his tribe members who had offered up their hearts had died. The remaining few old people were by the patriarch's side, and their faces were ashen, their presences weak. Patriarch, please cast the spell quick. We're begging you. Don't stall anymore. We have to cast the spell quick. according to the spell our ancestors left for us. You won't die. There was a middle-aged man kneeling before the patriarch of Black Crane tribe at the moment, and that man was speaking anxiously. I have to die. If I don't die, then their grudges won't disappear. If I can buy the tribe's peace with my death, then there is at least value in my death. This is my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy for the shaman crystals. Ha, the patriarch of Black Crane tribe said in a pained voice. He had lived for a long time and was the patriarch of a tribe, so he was definitely not a stupid person. He knew perfectly well that this time he had to die. Patriarch. Sorrow filled the middle-aged man and the other tribe members' faces. Enough. This is already decided. Once I die, take out the 3 sacred feathers of our tribe and offer it to the man, use them in hopes for exchanging for the tribe's safety, and then, take our people away. We will have to migrate before the date. From now on, you are the patriarch of your tribe. Blood poured down from the patriarch's lips as he looked at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. Grief was clear on the man's face. He did not speak. Remember this. Do not think about taking revenge. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe gave a broken smile and he fell to the side, dead. He could originally live, but he could not. He could have not died, but for the tribe, he had to die. As he died, the old men who had lost their hearts also breathed their last. Most of the powerful shamans in Black Crane tribe were gone. When Su Ming's nascent soul returned, he saw the patriarch's corpse and the members of Black Crane tribe kneeling down on the ground under the lead of a middle-aged man once they saw him. With a calm expression, Su Ming charged towards the deep pit in the ground. After the burning of an incense stick, his clone slowly flew up from the pit. Sir, please forgive us, we are willing to offer you our tribe's sacred items. Once Su Ming flew out, with sorrow on his face, the middle-aged man from Black Crane tribe lifted his arms high in the air. There was a stone plate in his hands, and there were 3 black feathers on it. There were waves of pressure spreading from those 3 feathers. Yet compared to the feather Su Ming obtained previously, they were insignificant. Su Ming swept his gaze past the 3 feathers coldly. He did not look at the middle-aged man but towards the dead patriarch of Black Crane tribe. He remembered that the old man had not died when his heart was eaten by the small crane. Clearly, there was some sort of secret in Black Crane tribe's offering that allowed the people who made sacrifices to continue living. However, the old man still died. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them a moment later, understanding appeared in his eyes. He paid the price, so I'll let it go. Su Ming averted his gaze and looked towards the normal tribe members in the tribe. Then he walked towards the air and turned into a long arc that gradually disappeared into the horizon. He did not take the 3 feathers. Those things were useless to him, but to a small tribe that lost most of their powerful warriors, the use of those feathers was great. Su Ming was not the type to kill everyone and spare no one. His grudge had disappeared when the patriarch of Black Crane tribe and the other powerful warriors died. Su Ming sat in his cave abode in the mountain range and held the wind crystal of inheritance in his hands. There was a long gash on his arm. The blood there had dried up, and there was a variety of emotions on his face. If anyone took a closer look, then they could see that the size of the wind crystal of inheritance had shrank slightly. When Madame G brought out the red ring that day, she took it out from a bone. With that method, she managed to use the ring. Else, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much and could have just put it on her finger, Su Ming mumbled under his breath. I tried putting this thing in the gash on my arm earlier, and when I circulated my chi, I managed to absorb some of it, but I only managed to absorb a little of it. It wasn't particularly useful. Su Ming held the wind crystal of inheritance in his hands in a tight grip, then gritted his teeth. Oh well, I'll try it with my original idea, but I won't do it here. We're at room temperature here. If I use this method, I'll lose too much blood. Su Ming stood up and took a deep breath before he lifted his head to look at the fire ape crouching and leaning against a wall. His lips curled up in a smile. The fire ape also looked at Su Ming and bared its teeth as if it was smiling at him. It looked rather excited. He walked up and patted the fire ape's head, then walked out of his cave abode. Once he walked out, the small snake on the poison corpse's head immediately looked towards him. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence, then gave up on bringing the poison corpse on his journey. He sent out a thought and comforted the small snake before walking out of the mountain range towards the frozen gate to the void floating in the air. Standing next to the gate to the void, Su-Ming closed his eyes, as if he was waiting for something. After a moment, ripples appeared in the sky, and his clone appeared to stand behind him. Su-Ming opened his eyes and lifted his right hand to press against the frozen gate to the void. Immediately, the layer of ice shattered slightly. Once a crack showed up, Su-Ming moved inside. His clone followed behind him, and with a flash, he disappeared along with Su-Ming and the gate to the void. The deep parts of the black seawater and the endless glacier were still as dark as ever. There were numerous living beings sealed in the glacier, keeping their former appearances of when they were alive. They looked as if they were struggling. The silence around the area seemed to have been there for countless amount of years. The only things that would appear in that black seawater were the occasional creatures of the sea swimming past the area. In an ice mountain above the glacier was a frozen gate. At that moment, as that gate shone with a dark light, two figures appeared. Naturally, it was Su-Ming and his clone. Once they appeared, they did not move, and it was clear that they were also frozen. It would not be until a few days later when the ice cracked and shattered that Su-Ming and his clone would be able to move about in that ice mountain. The freezing air chilled Su-Ming's bones, and he felt as if his flesh and blood were about to freeze. The circulation of his blood had become a lot slower. His clone stood by the side. With those black beetles around, coupled with the fact that this puppet was originally dead to begin with, it was only natural that he did not fear the cold. As his aura of death fused with the freezing air, he could move around with much more nimbleness and ease compared to Su-Ming. His eyes shone brilliantly, and he was prepared to protect his host. Su-Ming sat down on the ice in the area where he could move around with no problems. He closed his eyes and waited for a few hours. When his body was almost frozen, he opened his eyes, and as he lifted his right hand, the wind crystal of inheritance appeared. At the same time, his clone opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light that turned into a small sword. That sword charged towards Su-Ming under the control of his nascent soul. With a bang, the small sword stabbed Su-Ming's back. The frozen body caused Su-Ming to be numb towards the pain and to be at ease with it. He only frowned slightly but did not make a sound. The small sword stabbed into his back and started cutting apart his flesh downwards, revealing a small part of his spine inside. Blood spilled out and seeped into the ice. Due to the freezing air, there was not much blood. However, even if the body was frozen, the pain still made Su-Ming's breathing quicken. There were 4 vertebrae on Su-Ming's spine that were shining with a blue light. Those were his berserker bones. As the small sword stabbed into his flesh, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes. He lifted his right hand, and the wind crystal of inheritance in Su-Ming's hand floated and circled above his head once before charging straight to his back, plunging itself deep into the opened wound. Once it touched the 5th vertebrae on Su-Ming's spine, the crystal stuck itself closely there. Su-Ming's face was pale. His entire body might be frozen, but there was still sweat beading on his forehead. However, there was determination on his face. His right hand was trembling when he lifted it up. He seized at the air, and immediately, half of the lightning crystal of inheritance appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Immediately, that lightning crystal of inheritance shone and flew up to plunge into the wound on his back, right at his 6th vertebrae. When Su-Ming forced both of the crystals of inheritance into his body as if he was planting them in himself, he closed his eyes and dispersed the power he was using to resist the cold. His body was slowly covered by ice, and eventually, his entire body froze up, and he turned into an ice statue. Su-Ming's clone sat by the side and observed the surroundings vigilantly, protecting his host. Time trickled by. Su-Ming had no idea how long he would need to complete this slightly insane action of his. In fact, if he did not have his clone by his side, it would be difficult for him to do this. The slightest lapse of attention when he was doing this would perhaps make him freeze to death in his weakness. Due to his nascent soul, his clone could sense his host's condition. Once in a while, he would send a warm wave of power into Su-Ming's body, causing him to remain alive while encased in ice. He would be in a state of life and death, which would cause the blood on his back to slowly freeze up so that he could gradually absorb the crystals, power and gain an epiphany towards them. At that moment, Su-Ming's back looked horrifying. His spine was partially revealed and his flesh was ripped apart. There was a small amount of blood flowing out, but his flesh and blood were slowly growing back and recovering. However, even if he was recovering, the protruding wind and lightning crystals of inheritance still looked horrifying. Yet as time passed by and as the wounds slowly recovered, the wind crystal of inheritance from the two protruding crystals gradually shrank. Su Ming still had his eyes closed. As pain showed on his face, confusion would sometimes show as well, and occasionally, he would look like he was thinking hard about something, and at other times, he would look delighted. The wind crystal of inheritance became smaller, right until one day sometime in the future, the protruding wind crystal of inheritance had shrank by a large half. The remaining part might still be protruding from Su Ming's back, but if no one took a closer look, it would be difficult for them to notice it. On this day, in Su Ming's mind, a storm stirred up, and it was the storm of inheritance. Chapter 414, 3 Styles of Wind Separation. There was a layer of fog in the gray sky, and there seemed to be a sea of clouds tumbling about in the area. No one would be able to tell whether this was the sea of the sky, or whether it was the sea of the ground at just one glance. Su Ming could not sense his own body. It was as if he had turned into a gust of wind in the sea of clouds and floated in the world, not knowing where he wanted to go. Perhaps a long time had passed, or perhaps it had just been a moment. Su Ming, whose mind was a little muddled at that point, suddenly saw a long-haired man sitting in the endless sea of white and gray clouds before him. That man was tall and thin. He was dressed in green and his hair was very long. He might not look handsome, but there was an elegant grace about him, especially his long and narrow eyes. They looked like the eyes of a woman, and those eyes that seemed like they belonged on a phoenix was an unforgettable sight. At the same time Su Ming saw this man, the man slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone within them. "You came, my scion." Su Ming's mind trembled. His slightly muddled mind suddenly cleared up, and he remembered that he was absorbing the wind crystal of inheritance in the glacier. He also remembered the storm that stirred up in his head at the end, along with himself appearing in this sea of clouds like a spirit once that storm was over. This sort of inheritance is only privy to the first scion. You will be the only one who can see me. The scions after you will not see me, but they will see you, the man with the long and narrow eyes stated slowly in a gentle voice. I am the Wind Berserker. I have become a saint after understanding the power of wind. I fought with the god of berserkers against the 9th great eon in the great world containing all regions. Everywhere we went, there was no one who did not dare worship us. Now, what remains in this place is a fragment of my will that I left behind when I was about to leave the 9th eon in the great world with the god of berserkers to search for other eons in hopes of seeking a chance for a breakthrough. I left the fragment behind so that the future generation may inherit my title as the Wind Berserker. The power of the Wind Berserker changes all the time and it can't be inherited in one go. That's why I separated it into 3 divine abilities. If you can master them all, then you will have understood a fifth of what it means to be the Wind Berserker. The first of the 3 styles of wind separation is Sun Genesis. The man with the long and narrow eyes spoke slowly, and the moment he said those last words, his eyes sparkled. He lifted his right hand and waved it at the sky above the sea of clouds. Push aside the clouds in the sky, and you can make the sea of clouds stir, you can make the sun reveal itself. All you need to activate the power of Sun Genesis is wind. As his words echoed in the air, the sea of clouds started tumbling ferociously and turned into a giant vortex. With the man as the center, the vortex encircled such a huge area that it seemed endless, and with booming sounds, it started spinning. Su Ming stood by the side and watched the sea of clouds spinning. He could even imagine that if anyone looked up from the ground at that moment, they would definitely find themselves witnessing a terrifying sight, a sight where all the clouds in the sky started spinning and turning into a vortex. Where does wind come from? The man with the long and narrow eyes smiled. Wind comes when I wave my arms, and I channel it to the sky to move the sea of clouds. When the sea of clouds turns into a vortex, the wind will come back several times stronger. More accurately speaking, Sun Genesis is divided into 3 levels. The first is wind propelling, the second is wind borrowing, and the final level is Sun Genesis. The man with the long and narrow eyes clenched his right fist, and the instant he formed that fist, the sea of clouds around them that had turned into a vortex, with a rumble, rushed towards the man. Eventually, as Su Ming's mind trembled, he saw the vortex disappearing into the man's right fist. It was as if the entire process of him clenching his fist happened during the instant the endless sea of clouds rapidly gathered towards him. It was just as if the man was holding the endlessly rotating sea of clouds in his right hand. It was as if he now held the boundless power of the wind in the world in his hand. Sun Genesis. With his right fist, the man punched forward gently, seemingly without any power, but when that punch was delivered, a violent gust of wind that could not be described with words erupted forth. It felt as if a shocking thunder had crackled during a quiet dawn, as if a storm spanning 100,000 feet had erupted on the quiet surface of a sea, as if an ear-splitting boom had resounded in a meadow. The violent gust of wind turned into a wind dragon. As it roared, it charged out and tore through the sky, causing a gigantic pit to appear in the air. The wind dragon roared, then crawled into the pit and disappeared. The second style, lunar burial. The wind berserker narrowed his eyes, and a green glare appeared within them. I personally liked this style a lot. I didn't create this style on my own either. I gained an epiphany for it from an ancient legend. I also went to a lot of ancient ruins to examine them so that I could finally produce this ancient legend. I believe that this art had existed since the beginning but was only lost in time. I am merely restoring it slightly. In older times, there was a legend that said that when the ancients die, they are not buried in the sky or the earth. They are instead buried in the wind. The wind is their coffin. A smile appeared on the man's lips, but it looked rather sinister. He pointed at the ground with 2 fingers of his right hand. When Su Ming lowered his head to look, the ground underneath suddenly turned indistinct. It did not last long, and the ground became clear once again. But once it became distinct, what appeared before Su Ming was no longer the ground he'd seen previously. Instead, it had turned into a place filled with people. A large number of people whose clothes and appearances could not be seen clear were now on the ground. They all prostrated themselves and Su Ming heard words he could not understand coming out from their mouths in the form of buzzing sounds. From the sky, he could see that these people numbered to several tens of thousands. They stood close to each other and formed a gigantic circle. The center was empty except for a gigantic wooden tower. At the top of the tower was a bound corpse that hung high in the sky. "Look closely, my scion," the man with the long and narrow eyes suddenly said. Su Ming immediately looked down with rapt attention, forcing down his shock, not shifting his eyes from the spot. The tens of thousands of people surrounding the giant wooden tower on the ground started moving slowly. All of them were walking and looking at the sky. It was as if the circle they had formed was spinning. This scene sparked curiosity in Su Ming's heart. He could not tell just what sort of connection these people's actions had with lunar burial. However, as time passed by, the tens of thousands of people on the ground gradually stopped walking slowly and started running. The tens of thousands of people running altogether caused the circle to start spinning even faster. Could it be that the vortex is formed when the people run, and that's how they form wind? A sharp glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As the tens of thousands of people ran, a wave of hot air spread from all these people. This was a wave that naturally came to be as their chi circulated in their bodies. Perhaps the hot air from a singular person would not be much, but when tens of thousands of people ran together, it would look incredibly distinct. Once that hot air spread from their bodies, it started floating into the sky slowly. At the same time, several hundreds of people immediately shot up from the running crowd and charged into the sky to stand above the bound corpse on the gigantic wooden tower. These hundreds of people sat down cross-legged over there, and a chilling aura spread from their floating bodies. That chilling air immediately spread through the area, causing the place to abruptly turn cold. What happened next took Su Ming completely by surprise. With his own eyes, he saw the chilling air that was seeping out of these hundreds of people descend to the area underneath, and during that process, that chilling air instantly clashed with the hot air floating upwards. The instant they clashed, a violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, stirring up sharp whistling sounds. At the same time, the tens of thousands of people on the ground opened their mouths and shouted one word. Burial. The voice shook the sky, causing the tens of thousands of people to run even faster, and more hot air spread from their bodies. The hundreds of people sitting cross-legged and floating in the sky also opened their eyes at that moment and roared simultaneously. Lunar. The moment they shouted, a larger amount of chilling air spread out and descended to the area underneath. Once it clashed with the hot air, the wind started interacting as if they were convecting heat, and it gave birth to stronger wind. The wind swept past the land and blew against the corpse bound on the gigantic wooden tower, causing the dead man's blood and flesh to rapidly dry up from that indescribably man-made wind, eventually turning into skin and bones, ending up as a dried-up corpse. That was not the end, as the words, burial, and lunar, were repeatedly shouted. The wind became stronger, and after an unknown amount of time passed by, as Su Ming's heart was shaken to the core, he saw the dried-up corpse turning to ashes. As the wind was born, the ashes disappeared into the world, and once they disappeared, this scene, which was clearly from a ritual, returned to being indistinct and disappeared from Su Ming's eyes. "That is lunar burial," the man with the long and narrow eyes said. Su Ming looked at the muddled ground that had returned to how it originally was with a blank stare, and his heart was in chaos, as if there were waves crashing against it. He was not shocked by the lunar burial but stunned by these people's intelligence, and how wind was formed. Is this how wind is formed? The clash of cold and heat, perhaps I should say it is the transfer between cold and heat that formed wind. Convection forms wind. That's right, if I throw a punch, I will cause wind to stir, but I've never thought about how that wind came to be. By the looks of it now, wind is born due to the transfer between two auras. Su Ming looked as if he had gained an epiphany. My scion, wind exists in all parts of the world, but if you can separate the wind from a particular region, thereby causing wind to no longer exist in that region, then you can become the lord of that region. Without wind, there is no aura, and without aura, there is no power. When the power of the world is sealed within, when all manner of aura no longer exists, then from then on, the place where you are will be a forbidden area for all lives, and that is wind separation. The three styles of wind separation contain all my understanding towards wind. I am passing it to you, and it will depend on you on how much you can understand out of the provenance of wind. Also, besides wind separation, I will also use the remaining fragment of my will to give you 3 chances to gain an epiphany. Each of the chances will be for a style of the divine ability. This is your first chance, Epiphany for Sun Genesis. The man with the long and narrow eyes disappeared as he spoke. Soon after, a violent gust of wind whistled by and enveloped Su Ming within. Chapter 415, Three-Headed Dark Turtle. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 6 months later. A year had gone by since the chaos caused by Hong Luo to the land of the shamans. Several large-scale battles had happened in the war outside Sky Mist City, while the small-scale battles launched over the war zone were already so numerous that they could not be counted. These battles were only becoming more intense. The defense of Sky Mist City was also gradually being weakened. Most of the powerful berserkers in the berserker tribe were acting as garrisons for Sky Mist City. There was a rumor regarding the calamity of the eastern wastelands spreading out secretly among the berserkers, and most of those who heard it took it with a grain of salt. There were no longer any tribes located at the edge of the Dead Sea in the land of the shamans. Almost 1/7 of the tribes had migrated. However, there were some tribes that did not migrate. These tribes either had no power to migrate or were small tribes that would have difficulties if they moved too far even if they wanted to migrate, which was why they decided to stay. White Bull tribe was one of the tribes in the latter category. They struggled before, pondered over it, had the urge to migrate, had even sent their people to venture out in search for any migrating tribes that would pass by their tribe, but eventually, they had no choice but to give up. This was a remote land to begin with. If their tribe members traveled far and wide, they would perhaps run into migrating tribes, but that was only a possibility. If they did not meet any of them, then instead of being destroyed, they would rather stay in their tribe. On the last month of the past 6 months, the monkey-faced old man, the patriarch of White Bull tribe, went to the area near Su Ming's mountain range multiple times. He still believed that there was something off about the place. When he learned about the things that happened to Black Crane tribe, he became even more skeptical of Su Ming's mountain range. The old man was polite every single time he came to the place, even after he'd visited it many times. He would respectfully shout outside the mountain range in hopes of meeting Su Ming, but never received any response. However, the old man did not give up. He always came back once every few days. Time passed by this way, and the fire ape laid around lackadaisically within the seal of the mountain range. The small snake flew in midair. As for the poison corpse, he continued standing at the entrance of the cave abode and never moved once during those 6 months. The ice on the frozen gate to the void still remained during that half a year. It continued releasing cold air and never melted. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged in the ice mountain located in the glacier surrounded by black seawater. His body was completely frozen up. His clone had protected him for half a year. There was no longer any blood flowing out of Su Ming's back. His wound had slowly recovered during the 6 months. By now, there was only a bump that could be seen belonging to the lightning crystal of inheritance. As for the wind crystal of inheritance, it practically could not be seen anymore. There were 4 berserker bones in Su Ming's spine, but at that moment, the 5th vertebrae was shining with a green light, and it seemed as if it had already transformed. Its appearance might not have changed, but it gave people a similar feeling to the wind crystal of inheritance. It was as if the shrunken wind crystal of inheritance had been absorbed by the 5th berserker bone. Another month passed by. On this day, the layer of ice surrounding Su Ming, who had isolated himself there for 7 months, suddenly shook. At the same time it started shattering and cracking. Su Ming opened his eyes slowly. The instant he opened his eyes, besides the profundity in his gaze that already existed before, there was also a vortex that looked like a whirlwind in his eyes. At the same time, the layer of ice around him shattered with a bang, causing Su Ming to regain mobility. He silently sensed the changes in his body, and he could clearly feel that he had become much stronger compared to how he was before he isolated himself, and more importantly. Sun Genesis, huh? Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his right hand. There was a brilliant flash in his eyes. In the one chance he had to gain his epiphany during his entire process of understanding the inheritance of the Wind Berserker, he had tried countless times to cast Sun Genesis. In that sort of condition to gain his epiphany, Su Ming had a feeling that he had been reborn in that illusion filled with wind. He lightly formed a fist and stood up slowly. The instant he stood up, the clone behind him also did the same. Su Ming did not turn his head back, but instead stared at the shell of the ice mountain and the glacier before him. After a moment of pensive silence, his gaze fell at the spot sealing the green-scaled man 800 feet away. After thinking for some time, Su Ming lifted his right hand and touched the layer of ice before him. Immediately, it cracked. After another moment, it shattered, and black seawater instantly surged in, but the instant the seawater surged in, Su Ming had already walked out of the ice mountain. His clone also followed behind him. He did not bother about the ice mountain behind him. A wave of pressure descended on them in that black seawater, causing Su Ming to sink, but his expression was calm as he walked forward slowly. He walked forward until he was 800 feet away from the ice mountain. When he arrived at the place sealing that green-scaled man, Su Ming once again felt the difference between his current self and his previous self. Before he fused with the wind crystal of inheritance, walking 800 feet was already his limit, but now, he felt that he could still walk several dozens of feet forward. As he stared at the ice mountain sealing the green-scaled man, Su Ming furled his right hand into a fist and punched. At the same time, his clone behind him took a step forward and pointed at the ice through the water. Immediately, densely packed circles of cracks appeared on the layer of ice Su Ming punched. Green light flashed, and the small sword flew out from his clone to stab into the crack. At that moment, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and when the sword retreated, he pressed his palm on the ice once again. The process repeated several times, and as the cracks on the layer of ice slowly spread outwards, the crushed ice also fell off. Su Ming's spirits lifted and he increased his speed. By working with his clone, they gradually dug a hole in the ice mountain, and behind that hole was the black wooden club with 9 teeth held by the green-scaled man. As the layer of ice continuously became thinner and when he was just 3 inches away from the tip of the club, suddenly, a strong current shot forth from the black seawater above the glacier. At the same time, Su Ming heard a muffled growl. Soon after, a gigantic, muddled figure charged forth from the black seawater. As it closed in, its low growl shook the glacier, causing the seawater to roll, and the pressure formed made Su Ming's heart shake. His eyes sparkled. At the moment, there was already a big hole wide enough to fit a person dug out in the ice mountain. He was less than 3 inches from that club. Before long, he would be able to completely dig through. However, the arrival of that low growl made Su Ming hesitate for a moment before a resolute look appeared on his face. He immediately curled his right hand into a fist and rammed it against the thin layer of ice. His clone attacked at the same time, intending to break through before the unknown creature came over. Yet before Su Ming managed to attack, the low growl traveled to his ears as if the sound came right from his side. The seawater around him started distorting, and an incredible force came charging towards him. Su Ming's expression changed. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately crawled into the big hole he'd dug out. His clone crawled in at the same time. The moment they blocked the entrance, Su Ming found out, to his shock, that the entire glacier shuddered. His pupils shrank, and he saw a gigantic ferocious beast with an astonishing presence appearing in the seawater. It was a two-headed dark turtle. Two of its gigantic heads were outside its shell and were coldly staring at the layer of ice where Su Ming had hid himself. The moment a fierce glint appeared in its eyes, it swung its tail, and immediately, another head rose on its tail. This was not a two-headed turtle, but a three-headed dark turtle. Its body was not really that big, only 1,000 feet in size. It stood on the glacier and not many ripples formed from its aura could be seen. However, the presence of its chi left Su Ming afraid. Roar! The three heads of that dark turtle roared at Su Ming at the same time. However, it only stood and roared. It did not do anything else. Su Ming hid himself in the layer of ice. His clone was slightly further ahead, and they were both sealed up by the newly recovered ice mountain. As Su Ming looked at the three-headed dark turtle outside, he groaned internally. However, gradually, Su Ming noticed something strange about this dark turtle. The creature only roared and did not attack him. This stunned Su Ming momentarily. He remained in pensive silence for a moment. As he saw the ice mountain gradually sealing up, he lifted his right hand and punched the newly returned 3-inch thick layer of ice behind him. Cracks echoed in the air, and the layer of ice became only 2 inches thick. It was also at that moment that the three-headed dark turtle roared even more furiously as if it had gone mad. It took a big step forward, and at the same time it got closer to the ice mountain. Its tail charged towards the ice mountain with a whistle, but it did not hit the ice. Instead, once it swung down beside the ice mountain, the dark turtle's face became even more savage, and it started growling lowly as it glared at Su Ming. The power of its chi makes it clear that it has incredible power, and it's a power so strong that I've never seen its like before, but it looks as if it doesn't know any divine abilities. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. And by its previous actions, could it be that this creature cannot destroy the ice mountain here? Could it be that it's the guardian beast of the place? A thought bloomed in Su Ming's heart and he moved closer to the thin layer of ice. Immediately, the dark turtle outside roared even more fiercely. It swung its tail back and forth, letting out piercing howls. Su Ming immediately shrank back, putting some distance between himself and the thin layer of ice. The dark turtle clearly relaxed and no longer looked at Su Ming, but instead stared at the green-scaled man that was several inches away from Su Ming, sealed within the thin layer of ice. Su Ming was incredibly nervous at the moment, but his head was calm. Once he saw the dark turtle's actions, he knew that the longer he stayed in the place, the worse it would be for him. That was why he sent a thought to his clone. His clone immediately lifted 2 fingers and tapped at the ice behind them. As it was just a short time since that ice was formed, that one tap immediately broke a small hole. A black beetle instantly flew out and crawled into that hole. Su Ming stared at the bug. When the dark turtle saw the bug flying out, it only spared it a glance and no longer bothered itself with it. It let the small bug fly 800 feet back to where the gate to the void was in the ice mountain. Chapter 416, Snatch the Treasure. It's not paying attention to us, but those sealed in the ice. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. This was not the moment for him to anger that dark turtle now and forcefully take the black club. After a moment of pensive silence, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes. He lifted his right hand and drew a circle on the layer of ice before him. With one press, the circle instantly shattered, and then he took a step outside to walk out of the hole in the ice mountain. Su Ming stared at the dark turtle and was already prepared to use his nascent soul to escape, but the dark turtle only cast a glance at the clone before it ignored him. Could it be that as long as we don't touch the things that are frozen here, then the turtle won't bother us? Su Ming gritted his teeth and walked out slowly from within the hole in the ice mountain. Once he completely came out, his heart started racing. He saw the dark turtle turning its head around to cast a freezing glance at him before averting its gaze. Su Ming let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He walked forward slowly, but once he took a few steps, conflict appeared on his face, but it did not last for long. Su Ming did not stop moving, and as he continued moving forward, his clone immediately moved back and crawled into the hole in the ice mountain. Su Ming was incredibly nervous as he did these series of actions. He continuously observed that dark turtle, and when he saw that it did not give too much of a reaction, he took a few brisk steps forward until he arrived at the frozen gate to the void located 800 feet away. Once he stood inside the ice mountain containing the gate, Su Ming immediately came to stand beside it and started dealing with the ice around it to keep the gate open at all times. When he finished doing all this, he turned his head around and stared at the frightening dark turtle outside, along with his clone inside the hole. Should I snatch it, or should I not? The turtle is clearly the guardian of this place. All the things that it guards must be extraordinary items. The glacier here is very big too. I have reason to believe that this turtle is not the only guardian of this place. Besides, when I broke open the ice mountain ceiling that green-scaled man last time, that turtle had not appeared. Clearly, the degree of damage I dealt was not big enough. This time, when I almost succeeded, this creature appeared. Now I caught its attention. Even if I come next time when it's not around, it'll still be difficult for me to get closer to that item. I'll take it. Su Ming's face lit up with determination. Immediately, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes, who was within the hole of the ice mountain ceiling that big man 800 feet away. He lifted his right hand and tapped at the thin layer of ice with two of his fingers. Once he tapped at it repeatedly, the layer of ice instantly shattered, revealing the black, spiked club inside. As if the dark turtle had gone mad, it started roaring, and as it swung its tail back and forth repeatedly, Su Ming's clone pressed on that black, spiked club, wanting to put it away into his storage bag. However, the club did not budge. He could not put it into his storage bag. With burning resolution, Su Ming immediately made his clone repeatedly break through the ice with his two fingers. When half of the black spiked club was revealed, the clone took hold of it and tore it out. A loud bang reverberated through the area, and the gigantic black wooden club was dragged out. The dark turtle roared and blocked the ice mountain's exit. There was a murderous look in its eyes as it roared, but at that moment, Su Ming took a step forward and rushed out several hundreds of feet. At that instant, his clone let out a piercing shriek, and as if it was burning, all the power of his cultivation erupted forth, and he used it all in warping. He rushed forth with that black wooden club, and then his body, along with that wooden club, instantly disappeared. The instant he disappeared, the dark turtle was stunned. At the same time around 500 feet away, Su Ming's clone appeared. He looked as he usually did, but Su Ming's nascent soul inside had already shrunk quite considerably. It also looked rather unstable, as if it was about to dissipate and turn back into a core. When the clone appeared, Su Ming caught it and charged forth with a whistle in the water towards the ice mountain containing the gate to the void with his absolute fastest speed. The dark turtle whipped its head around and let out a livid roar. It lifted its right leg and stomped on the ground. Immediately, the glacier shook and ice needles shot up from the ground. They also came from under the ground from all around Su Ming. As he continued charging forth, they shot out with banging sounds, turning into a fence of ice needles trying to block his path. At the same time, the turtle's tail swung forth with a whistle in the water, bringing with it a shocking wave. With that one sweep, the seawater parted. All the ice needles that did not manage to block Su Ming were all shattered by the dark turtle's tail, but it did not slow down at all. Instead, the tail traveled forth even faster towards Su Ming. The dark turtle's hatred towards Su Ming had clearly reached incredibly heights. It did not just swing its tail forth but also opened its mouth wide and blew a puff of white air at him. When that puff of white air was let out, booming sounds immediately rang out, and the seawater before the dark turtle instantly turned into ice, and it was rapidly spreading forward. As Su Ming charged forth dragging his clone behind him, He was blocked in his path by the ice needles that shot through the ground, but he did not stop. At the same time he activated his speed, the provenance of wind in his body circulated rapidly, causing his speed to increase exponentially, and he charged out of the blockade. When he saw that he was less than 30 feet away from the ice mountain containing the gate to the void, the whistling sound behind him whipped the seawater so hard that it parted. Su Ming felt his skin crawl. His divine general armor materialized on his body, and at the same time, Han Mountain Bell showed itself. The nascent soul in his clone coughed out a mouthful of essence and warped once again, causing Su Ming to disappear without a trace the instant the dark turtle's tail rammed into his body. When they reappeared, they were already beside the gate to the void. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. Han Mountain Bell hummed and shrank back into his body. The divine general armor also shattered, but the crisis was not over. The instant Su Ming reappeared and pulled his clone to step into the gate to the void, the dark turtle behind him blew out a white puff of air, and the frozen seawater came towards him in the span of a breath, causing Su Ming's body to be filled with chills. His face instantly turned pale, but his body did not stop. He dragged his clone, and along with the black wooden club his clone held onto, they moved into the gate to the void. The instant Su Ming disappeared, ice instantly covered the ice mountain with the gate to the void, causing the ice mountain to instantly become larger by several fold. Once it was frozen in many new, thick layers, the dark turtle floated up and let out mad roars, swishing its tail back and forth as if it was absolutely livid. Eventually, it decided that it might as well lay there and fix its gaze on the frozen gate to the void. It continued staring at it. The other end of the gate to the void located outside the cave abode in the mountain range in the land of South Morning started flickering with a dark light, then Su Ming and his clone rushed out from within. Once they charged out, Su Ming's clone fell to the side. The nascent soul was already in a state where it had almost completely vanished. The nascent soul had his eyes shut tightly in the clone and was silently circulating his chi to recover. Su Ming's face was pale. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the gate to the void, and fear could be seen lingering on his face. When he remembered what he had just done, Su Ming thought that his actions were a little too crazy. He sucked in a deep breath and immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground. He did not have time to be bothered with the small snake and the fire ape that came towards him, quickly meditating to recover his chi. A few days later, Su Ming opened his eyes, and his face regained a slightly healthier color. He let out a long breath and immediately turned his head around to look at the gigantic, black wooden club beside his clone. The 9 teeth stuck on that club were letting out rays of freezing light. The black wooden club was Su Ming's height and it was filled with a savage air. Su Ming stood up and went beside it. After dipping his head down to look at it for a moment, he lifted his right hand and grabbed the wooden club, then a frown appeared between his brows. He sucked in a light breath and lifted that wooden club. I wonder what this thing is made of. It's so heavy. It'd be great if it was a little lighter. Su Ming gave it a few simple swings, and once those swings brought up whooshing sounds from the movements, he went on to place the wooden club down, but his body suddenly jolted and he widened his eyes to stare at the weapon in his hands. He lifted it up once again, then swung it around himself once. Astonishment surfaced in his eyes. It grew lighter, become lighter, just a little lighter still. With that gigantic black wooden club in hand, Su Ming continued swinging it about on the spot, and its weight became increasingly lighter. Eventually, Su Ming practically could not feel its weight at all. Once he lifted it up, he leapt into the air and rammed the club against the ground. The instant the gigantic wooden club crashed onto the ground trembled with a boom, and a powerful backlash spread from that wooden club straight up through Su Ming's right hand and into his body, making him lurch forward, and he was forced to let go of the club. He took a few steps back, and his face was a mix of red and white. He only recovered after a long while. If it just becomes lighter, then the value of this thing doesn't match up to the risk I took earlier. Su Ming took a few steps forward and picked up the wooden club once again. Looking at the 9 teeth, he hesitated for a moment before he swung it again. He did not leap up this time, but instead, once he started swinging it in the instant he readied himself to smash it towards the ground. Heavier. That word fell out of his mouth when the wooden club crashed against the ground. Its weight increased exponentially, and the instant it fell, a shocking boom abruptly resounded in the air. Soon after, the ground trembled, and a large crack started spreading on the surface with rumbling sounds, stretching into the distance. It shot through the seal Hong Luo had placed and appeared in the land beyond. The crack stretched out so far that it was several tens of thousands of feet long. Blood trickled down the corners of Su Ming's lips. He could not keep a tight grip on the wooden club in his hands, causing it to be flung out from the rebound and fall on the ground beside him. Another boom reverberated in the air. Su Ming's breathing was quick. He looked at the wooden club in the distance, then at the giant crack on the ground. He suddenly laughed, and his laughter grew louder at each passing moment. "I, Patriarch of White Bull Tribe, wish to see you, Sir Soul Catcher." "Sir, you still remember me. I'm the guy who prepared the 3 virgins for you in the tribe." As Su Ming laughed, a weak and complacent voice came from within the crack on the ground. The voice might have come from within the crack, but in truth, it came from the spot above the ground outside the seal. The monkey-faced old man from White Bull Tribe looked at the crack that suddenly appeared 30 feet away from him with a pale face, and cold sweat trickled down his body. "Damn it all, which bloody idiot is it that made this crack suddenly appear? He scared the heck out of me." The old man wiped his sweat. Chapter 417, World of Nine Yin. When Su Ming heard an old man's voice from the crack in that strange accent, he immediately thought of the old, monkey-faced patriarch from White Bull Tribe. Su Ming did not like nor hate this person, but his act of offering up 3 women from his tribe and giving up on having his entire tribe attack had left a rather deep impression on him. At that moment, when Su Ming heard those words, he pondered over them for a moment before walking out. The land was empty, but there was a place that sported a gigantic crack out of nowhere, and it was spread far and wide. The old man from White Bull Tribe stood beside the crack and waited for a long time, but to no avail. So he went to the crack and stretched his head to look inside. Damn, the old man did not hear Su Ming's laughter in the seal. He only came here once every few days, and once he arrived at the place, he would walk around shouting the same words he said previously, though he himself did not know that his voice had already reached Su Ming's ears. He looked at the crack and started mumbling under his breath. "Damn what?" Before the old man finished mumbling, Su Ming's cold voice rang out behind him, causing the old man to immediately be stunned. Once he turned around swiftly, surprised delight appeared on his face. "What? Damn who? There's no damning whoever anywhere. Greetings, great soul catcher." The old man quickly wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Su Ming cast the old man a glance. He did not speak. The old man was being cautious and was sizing up Su Ming from the corner of his eye as well. Once he saw the mark of the peach blossom at the center of Su Ming's brows, he quickly averted his gaze and put on a complacent look. "Sir, this old man told quite a number of the women in my tribe to make preparations this time. You'll definitely be pleased with them. If you aren't, then I'll be a damned old fool from now on." "What damned old fool? Stop using the word, damn." Su Ming frowned. Okay, then I'll change it to boyo." The old man quickly nodded his head and put on a flattering smile. As the old man's expression fell into Su Ming's eyes, he scrutinized him. He remembered that this old man was a very tactful person. It did not matter whether it was their first encounter with each other or his decisive act of sending the 3 women to him, they were enough to show that this old man was definitely not as he seemed. "What is it? Speak up," Su Ming said calmly. The old man was feeling rather nervous. When Su Ming was scrutinizing him, he immediately felt that he was being seen through. This sort of feeling, as if he was standing naked before someone else, made him instinctively avoid looking into Su Ming's eyes. "It's nothing, really." The old man hesitated for a moment, and once he said those words, Su Ming turned around and walked into the distance, no longer bothering with the old man. The patriarch was momentarily stunned, then quickly walked forward and spoke with an obsequious smile. "Sir, please wait. This is actually a very difficult thing for me to say. It's like this. You know that the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands is coming in a few years' time, and most of the tribes in the land of the shamans have already migrated. But White Bull Tribe is too small and we have a lot of normal tribe members. With my power alone and the other powerful shamans in my tribe, it's still impossible for us to protect them. That's why, I'd like to ask whether you take on jobs." The old man no longer hesitated and rambled off rapidly as he chased after Su Ming. Su Ming paused in his footsteps, then turned around to look at the old man. "What are you using to hire me? If you truly have an attractive pay, why insist on finding me?" "Sir, the most powerful shaman around this area is Madame G, but Madame G has already gone missing." When the old man said those words, he became even more cautious, even cast a glance at the mark of the peach blossom at the center of Su Ming's brows. "This is a remote place, and powerful shamans seldom come here. We're also at war now, so it's really very tough for us to find powerful shamans we can trust." "Well, sir, we are kinda like neighbors, and I can trust you. As for the pay, well, I'm going to offer our ancestors' priceless treasure. It's also the sacred item White Bull tribe inherited, and we offer our sacrifices to it." The old man looked rather pained when he said those words. "Oh, if you give me your tribe's inheritance, then you will have broken off your own tribe's roots. What difference is there?" Su Ming knew that each shaman tribe had a different item of worship. Some of them contained strange powers while some of them were common objects, but no matter what, these were all a tribe's soul. Like the lizard statue from Lizard Shaman tribe, the crane from Black Crane tribe, and the mackerel pike from Autumn Sea tribe. All of them were such items. "If I don't give you this item, it would be difficult to convince you. If our tribe stays here and doesn't move, we will end up dying and being destroyed during the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands, but even if we leave, as such a small tribe, it will be very tough for us to survive. No one knows how many of us will end up surviving either. In fact, there's a high chance that all of us are going to end up dead. If that's the case, then what use is the tribe's sacred item? Instead of keeping it as our ancestors told us to, I'd rather use it in exchange for a slim chance of survival." The old man forced those words out of his mouth. In truth, he had thought about what he just said for a very long time before he decided to go to Su Ming for help. After the few brief encounters they had, he had slowly come to realize that Su Ming was the type of person that if no one caused trouble to him, then he would not go and cause trouble to others. But the most important thing about Su Ming was that if he truly wanted to snatch their things away, then he would not have waited for so long and still not acted. "I can't agree to this, I'm not leaving this place for some time." Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. When the old man heard his words, he looked rather disappointed, but judging by his looks, it seemed that he expected Su Ming to give that answer and was already prepared for it. He spoke once again. "I understand that you have your problems. How about this? I won't need you to protect us when we migrate, I just need some of your time to help 2 of my tribesmen to pass the seal of soul catchers. I'll still use the sacred item of our tribe as pay. Sir, how's that sound? Seal of soul catchers, how should I help? Tell me the details, but I might not agree to it." This was the first time Su Ming heard of that term. Sir, you are a soul catcher, you should have gone through the seal of soul catchers before." The old man from White Bull tribe was suddenly stunned, and a faint sparkle appeared in his eyes. "I've gone through the seal of soul catchers before, but I didn't have anyone helping me, nor have I helped anyone before." Su Ming looked as calm as ever as he provided a vague explanation. "Sir, you must have come from a big tribe, no wonder you don't know about this helping thing." Well, you can hear it as a joke. The chances for soul catchers to appear in small tribes like mine are very tiny. Even if they appear, most of them won't be able to clear the seal of soul catchers alone and obtain the soul catcher legacy. That's how hiring powerful shamans to help came about." The old man put on a confused look on his face before he spoke with a wry smile. "It'll be the month of spirits next month. Sir, you know that the month of spirits is the month of inheritance for soul catchers, set by the god of Shaman's temple. During that month, all the tribes that have the potential to become soul catchers will sense the call from the god of Shaman's temple, and the soul catcher's relocation will be activated with the mysterious power of the god of Shaman's temple. Right now, I managed to identify 2 of my tribe members who might have a soul catcher's constitution. They will be sent by the power of the god of Shaman's temple to the world of 9 yin. If it is their destiny, then they will be acknowledged by the candle dragon there and begin their path as soul catchers. Sir, I hope that by using the power of relocation as a draw, you will go with them and help them so that they would successfully become soul catchers. Once the old man from White Bull tribe finished speaking, he looked at Su Ming nervously. This was the final method he could think of. If Su Ming did not agree to it, then White Bull tribe would have to forcefully migrate. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. He did not have knowledge about this, and once he heard about it, he found that there was nothing too attractive about it for him. Sir, this is the first time you're helping someone become soul catchers. Honestly, from what I know, there are many soul catchers who willingly use the chance to be relocated to the world of Nine Yin with those who have a soul catcher's constitution during the month of spirits. Because every soul catcher can only be actively involved in the relocation once, and it is during the first time they go there. If these soul catchers want to enter the world of Nine Yin from then on, they will need to rely on the power of relocation from the people by their side drawing them in. In fact, it's not just soul catchers. Spirit mediums, thought soothsayers, and the other shamans will also use the chance to enter, because you must surely know about that legend saying that there is a corpse of a candle dragon buried in the world of Nine Yin. In fact, there is one more legend telling that the mysterious curse came from the world of Nine Yin. Since this world was an ancient ruin to begin with, when it was first discovered, there are quite a few places that the members of the shaman tribe have not explored. There is only a small part in the world that is used for us to obtain the cultivation method of a soul catcher. Only after we discovered the place did we start researching the curse, the old man spoke in extreme detail. With his intelligence, he would not have spoken in such detail if he was speaking to another shaman. After all, this was not exactly a secret among the shamans. However, it was clear that the old man was speaking in such detail because he, with his intellect, had caught on to a faint trail that there was something off about Su Ming. However, to him, Su Ming's origins did not matter. His only concern was his tribe's survival. Besides, Su Ming's power had caused the old man to pretend as if he knew nothing even after discovering those clues. He would not tell others about it and bring disaster to his own tribe either. There was the ghost of a smile on Su Ming's lips. He looked at the old man and did not speak. The old man let out a fake cough and continued speaking. The berserkers should also be looking for ways to enter the world of Nine Yin, because there is a plant called Nine Abyss flower in that place. It can increase the chances of survival during the life and death disaster they have to go through when they enter the berserker soul realm, achieving great completion in the bone sacrifice realm. Also, there are plenty of serendipitous encounters in the world of Nine Yin. The old man continued speaking, but Su Ming still remained with that ghost of a smile on his lips, and it made the old man rather scared. Tell me your real motive, Su Ming said slowly. About that, I wouldn't dare hide it from you, sir. My goal is that once those two tribe members of mine obtain the cultivation method to become soul catchers, then with their potential, they might be sought after by some middle-sized tribes. It'll be best if they take those two away, and as a price, help our tribe migrate. If we can't manage to do it and the two of them are still taken away, they will still be able to continue passing down the line of our tribe. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the two of them can find other powerful shamans and form a deal for us, it'll still be better than our current situation. The old man spoke with a wry smile. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly lifted his right hand and grabbed something from his bosom. When a dark light flashed, a round object appeared in his hand. This item is the sacred item of my tribe, please take it first. When Su Ming swept his gaze past that round object, his pupils shrank and a large storm raged in his heart. This is, Su Ming waved his arm and immediately seized that round object in his hand. Translator's notes. Nine Yin. This one in particular is written as Ju Yin, not Zhu Ju Yin, Zhu Ju Yin. The difference between the two is that the latter is the candle dragon, the one which in this book lords over all soul catchers, and the former is a world in itself. The word Ju Yin first appeared as Ju Yin Zhen Jing, and was translated as Nine Yin Manual. Well, actually no, it was officially translated as Juyin Junjing in Jin Yong's Condor trilogy. So please don't confuse the candle dragon and Nine Yin, they're both different things and the candle dragon has an extra word in front. Chapter 418, It's the Thing. When the old patriarch of White Bull tribe saw Su Ming actually losing his cool, he was momentarily stunned before he became ecstatic. He was not in any sort of pain from parting with the sacred item. No matter how strange and mysterious of a treasure this was, it could not match with the importance of his tribe members in his heart. If he had to choose, even if he would one day come to know that this item left behind by his ancestors in his tribe for generations was an incredible treasure, he would still not regret his decision. As long as more of his people could survive through this disaster, then there would come a day where the children in his tribe would grow up, and the adults of the tribe would have a chance to see themselves grow white hair. If he could do this, then he could give up on everything. To him, this was the biggest meaning in his life ever since he became patriarch. At the same time he felt that ecstasy in his heart, the old man also felt uneasy. This was the first time he ever saw Su Ming being unable to control his own emotions. When he seized that item, the old man had a misconception that if he retracted his hand, he would definitely bring about a massive storm of killing intent on himself. The old man took a few steps back and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming. As Su Ming observed his tribe's sacred item, the old man spoke respectfully. "It doesn't matter whether you will help the weak White Bull tribe, this item will belong to you, but on behalf of the 379 people in the tribe, I beg for you to have compassion on us and help us this once." As he moved back, this old man, this patriarch of White Bull tribe, this person, who was not very attractive, had a sharp mouth and the cheeks of a monkey, knelt down before Su Ming. He was the patriarch of White Bull tribe, he had his pride, he was a medial shaman, he had his own dignity. In truth, if his tribe did not exist, even if he died, he would die standing. He would not kneel easily. Yet at that moment, for his own tribe, for the familiar faces there, for the young voices calling him Grandpa Patriarch, for the young adults he watched grow up in the tribe, he knelt down. He would never forget how his people treated him kindly when he was young even though he was ugly. He would also never forget himself having a crush on the most beautiful girl in the tribe when he was a young man. Even less so could he forget the previous patriarch appointing him as the patriarch the moment of his death. That kindly gaze and hopeful eyes, all of these things were his warmth. They were the most important things in his life. For his tribe, it did not matter whether he had to kneel and beg, did not matter whether he had to offer up his tribe's sacred item, did not matter whether he had to come under question for his actions by his entire tribe. In fact, he could already imagine that when his people discovered that their sacred item was gone and that the sacred item, placed in the tribe right at that moment was a counterfeit he made, they would probably hate and hold a grudge against him for the rest of their lives. However, he chose to bear through all this. To silently bear through everything, all for the sake of the continuity of his tribe. Su Ming was his only hope. Su Ming's gaze slowly moved from White Bull tribe's sacred item in his hand to the patriarch of White Bull tribe kneeling over there. The intelligence the old man showed was something gained by him through time. His resolution was a part of his personality. Su Ming might not know all that he had done for his tribe, but he could still somewhat tell some of the things he did. "I am your only hope." After a long while, Su Ming spoke slowly. Even if the old man was a shaman and Su Ming himself came from the berserkers, even if both of their races were at war, but the old man's actions reminded Su Ming of his elder. The old man kneeling on the ground nodded lightly. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he asked, "What if I wasn't here?" "I would choose to merge with Black Crane tribe, even if the price would be huge. In fact, I can already imagine that Black Crane tribe will search for the strongest shaman in this area, Madam G. Honestly, if Madam G really came looking for trouble, I would still have a way for her to stop." The old man lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. His wrinkles and that monkey face made him radiate with wisdom and age at that moment. There was also a deeply rooted fatigue showing on him. "If those two tribe members of yours cannot find a tribe that will find them to be an asset or manage to find any powerful shamans who are willing to help you migrate from this place, what will you do?" Su Ming asked calmly. The old man remained silent, and after a long moment, a smile appeared on his face and he said softly, "This will be our tribe's fate, then. If that's the case, I will stay here with my people and watch the calamity of the eastern wastelands come upon us. As we head to our destruction, we will sing our ancient folk songs, dance the dances passed down in our tribe. Death isn't really that terrifying." Su Ming looked at the old man, and respect gradually appeared on his face. This was a person who deserved his respect. Even if he was a shaman, when he said those things, Su Ming could not feel any hint of deception in his words. If he did not truly have those thoughts, even if he said those words, it would be difficult to convince anyone. Bring your tribe members here on the eve of the month of spirits. Su Ming closed his eyes, then when he reopened them, he spoke with a flat tone before turning around to the sealed mountain range. A wave of ripples spread through the now empty-looking place, and he disappeared. The old man from White Bull tribe watched Su Ming leave and gratitude appeared on his face. He stood up, wrapped his fist in his hand, and bowed down deeply towards the place before he left with hope. Su Ming walked out of the air into the sealed mountain range. He held White Bull tribe's sacred item in his hands and sat down cross-legged beside the black wooden club. As he dipped his head down to look at the item in his hand, an excited look appeared on his face. I didn't expect to meet this thing again here, what is it? Su Ming took a deep breath. The thing in his hand was a round stone plate. The stone plate looked very normal. Besides some rather fine carvings on it, there seemed to be nothing else strange about it. There was only a fragment the size of a fingernail embedded at the center of the bowl. The fragment's color was quite different from the stone bowl, which was why it looked quite distinct. What made Su Ming lose his control before the old man from White Bull tribe was that embedded fragment in the stone fragment. This fragment the size of a fingernail was entirely black and was letting out rays of dark light. That item gave Su Ming the exact same feeling as the strange stone fragment hanging off his neck. However, compared to Su Ming's stone fragment, this was much smaller. This was the only item that could make Su Ming lose his cool. When he seized it, the old man had discovered some clues about him, but these things were nothing compared to him obtaining the item. Su Ming stared at the fragment, and his face was occasionally filled with confusion, and at other times nostalgia. The memories of the things that happened in Dark Mountain surfaced in his mind subconsciously. From the moment he obtained the black stone fragment, to the moment he deceived the statue of the god of berserkers causing him to be able to practice the ways of the berserkers, to the moment Dark Mountain was destroyed, to the moment he obtained the inheritance of the wind and lightning berserkers. The black stone fragment changed everything about him. Su Ming was caught in a daze for a long time as he looked at the stone plate. When the sun set in the sky, he sighed with a complicated look on his face. Those memories made him want to sigh for the first time. He calmed his mind down and brought out the black stone hanging on his neck. The instant he placed it in the stone plate, the fragment there immediately shone with a brilliant dark light. At the same time, Su Ming's stone fragment also shone strongly with that dark light, as if they were reflecting off each other. Soon after, something made Su Ming suck in a sharp breath. The carvings on the stone plate with the fragment embedded inside started shining with a white light, then those carvings started spinning as if they had come alive in Su Ming's eyes. However, once they spun around 3 times, their light instantly turned dim. Cracks immediately appeared on the plate and the plate looked as if it was about to shatter. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He put away his own stone fragment, and only then did he manage to prevent this stone plate from shattering completely. This stone is embedded in the stone plate, but I wonder what sort of mystery lies within the plate itself. Next time, when the patriarch of White Bull tribe comes, I'll have to ask him. Su Ming stroked the bottom of his chin. He quelled the excitement in his heart and put the stone plate away into his storage bag. World of 9 Yin, an ancient ruin, The 9 Abyss flower can increase the chances of success when I go through the life and death disaster as I try to break through into the Berserker soul realm. I've never heard about it before, but the old man didn't seem like he was lying. The curse actually came from there as well, and it's controlled by the shamans. If that's the case, then there should be some ancient treasure in the world of 9 Yin, such as, Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the red ring on his finger. He did not have time to examine this thing up till now. The berserkers are also thinking of ways to enter, Perhaps I'll be able to see some familiar faces there, along with those from the shaman tribe. When he thought of the shamans, Su Ming felt a slight headache pounding in his head. The chaos Hong Luo caused made him not know what to say if he ran into Wan Chu and the others. He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and no longer thought about this troublesome thing. He knew that he could not go to the glacier in the Dead Sea for the time being, and the fusion of the lightning crystal of inheritance would not be complete within a short time as well. As he waited for the people from White Bull tribe coming over, Su Ming decided to examine the curse. At the same time, he also went on to stabilize his control over the 3 styles of wind separation that he'd gained from the inheritance of the Wind Berserker. Also, he had to examine that black wooden club which he had snatched after going through that incredible danger to see whether there were any other uses to it. Besides these, his nascent soul in his clone was also heavily injured. He would need to pay a lot of attention to nurse it back to health. However, the power of the world in this place was thick. Even if he did not have any spirit medicine, he could still lighten the injuries he sustained slowly. Most of the month passed by in the blink of an eye. During those 20-odd days, the injuries the clone sustained recovered slightly. Su Ming's nascent soul was no longer in a constant state of scattering away. It might still be rather weak, but it regained its liveliness. As for the black wooden club, while Su Ming could not find a way to put it away into a storage bag, he found out that not only could he change the item's weight at will, he could also change its size. Once he shrank it down, he could bring it with him. There was also the matter with that red ring. There was a power contained within it that made Su Ming rather enthralled as he examined it. The power of the curse was incredibly great, causing Su Ming to still be unable to make heads or tails of it in the midst of his confusion. However, every single time his mind was immersed in that ring, he would be caught in a daze. During one morning, Su Ming emerged from his immersion in that ring. There was still a dazed look on his face, and he only snapped out of it after a long moment. The power of the curse, he mumbled softly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he lifted his head to look at the spot outside the seal. After a moment, the voice of the old man from White Bull tribe traveled forth faintly from the area outside. Sir Soul Catcher, I, the patriarch of White Bull tribe, would like to meet you. I brought the tribe members with the Soul Catcher's constitution here. Su Ming stood up and waved his arm. Immediately, the small snake flew towards him and disappeared on him. At the same time, the poison corpse turned into a ray of black light and Su Ming put him away into his storage bag. His nascent soul instantly flew out from his clone, and once it crawled into the top of his skull, he put away Ji Yunhai along with the black beetles that returned to slumber once again. Only then did he lift his right hand and point forward at a moderate speed. Immediately, ripples appeared in the air before him, and a gap formed up. The old man from White Bull tribe brought a boy and a girl, both of whom looked nervous, and walked over. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. The Boy and Girl. When the old man from White Bull tribe, the boy, and the girl entered the sealed area of the mountain range, Su Ming had already put on that black mask on his face and hid his appearance. He stood there dressed head to toe in black robes. Due to the freezing air still remaining in his body and the layer of ice freezing the gate to the void, this place was freezing compared to the burning world outside. Once the boy and girl anxiously entered the place, they instinctively shuddered. Their breaths came out in white puffs, and their gazes were filled with respect as they looked towards Su Ming. This medial soul catcher had left too deep an impression on them. The scene of the red-haired Su Ming going to their tribe that day was carved deep into their memories. Sir, these are the 2 children. The patriarch of White Bull tribe took a few steps forward and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming. The first quarter of the hour of spirits tomorrow will be the start of the month of spirits. The god of Shaman's temple will cast the ancient spell, and all the children with the blood of soul catchers in the entire land of the shamans will sense that faint pull. Then, with the call coming from their blood as soul catchers and the pull from the soul stone, they will be able to be relocated from this place. You will also need soul stones to leave. As the old man from White Bull tribe spoke, he brought out 3 white rocks from his bosom. The 3 stones were round and looked as if they were sparkling slightly, but they were not transparent. The 3 soul stones were passed down through generations in White Bull tribe. It was specially made for those with a soul catcher's constitution to activate their power as soul catchers. The old man from White Bull tribe placed all of them respectfully by the side. Sir, once you help these 2 children completely obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers, you can just send them back to the shaman city. You must definitely be thinking of going alone after that, No matter what time, you can come back using the soul stone at any place with a shaman tower in the world of 9 yin. The old man bowed deeply to Su Ming once again, and when he lifted his head, he looked towards the boy and girl. A stern look appeared on his face. Listen well, the both of you. You must listen to the soul catcher during this trip. If you don't obey his orders and if you harbor any ulterior motives, then think of your tribe. Sir, if these 2 children don't obey your commands, you have the right to kill them. If they are not willing to care about the troubles of the tribe, then it's better for this sort of person to die in the word of 9 yin. Respect immediately appeared on the girls' and boys' faces. They voiced their compliance with their heads lowered, their hearts beating nervously. Sir, if you would please, the old man from White Bull tribe cast the boy and girl a complicated look, then eventually looked at Su Ming. Let them stay. You can leave now, Su Ming said slowly. The old man from White Bull tribe cast another look at the boy and girl once more, then turned around swiftly and walked outside, but the instant he was about to leave the sealed area, Su Ming suddenly opened his mouth. The old man paused in his footsteps and turned his head around to look at Su Ming. It has been generations since anyone has been able to control this item. However, it is recorded in our tribe's ancient records that this item will choose its own owner. Its biggest use is tracking. As for its origins, I'm already looking into it. As the old man spoke, he hesitated for a moment and brought out a wooden slip from his bosom, then sent it out gently. The wooden slip floated towards Su Ming, then once he held it in his hand, he scanned it with his divine sense, and he nodded his head. The old man bowed towards him and walked out of the sealed area. As the ripples filled the air, his body disappeared, and Su Ming, along with the boy and girl, were the only ones left. Without bothering about the boy and girl, Su Ming sat down cross-legged on the ground, then brought up the wooden slip to examine it closely. The boy and girl from White Bull tribe were very pretty, but in their fear, they looked as if they were shivering. They looked at each other, then sat down demurely at a spot not too far away from Su Ming. They remained silent, as if they did not know what to say. Time passed by slowly, and soon, it was midnight. There were no stars in the dark sky. Even the moon was hidden behind the clouds, and only when it occasionally peeked out would moonlight shine gently on the ground. It was quiet all around the area. Su Ming held the wooden slip in his hands and closed his eyes, sinking into his thoughts. Perhaps it was because the boy and girl had remained immobile for too long in this freezing place that their bodies became rather stiff and numb. However, they did not dare stand up. They only used their hands to rub their arms. When dawn arrived, due to the chilly air that originally existed in the place, the area turned much colder. The boy and girl had already exhausted their minds in the cold and fear, and they gradually began to feel drowsy. However, the moment they started nodding off, a strange cry suddenly came from the mountain range. The sound came too suddenly, causing the boy and girl to be instantly shocked awake. When they looked over nervously, they saw a fiery red figure charging towards them through the dark from the mountain range not too far away. When it got closer, the boy and girl saw that the creature was a fire-red ape. The fire ape scratched its head and circled around Su Ming several times before it looked at the boy and girl and bared its teeth, showing a ferocious look. It also put up a show that it was drooling and its saliva was dripping all over the floor as it walked towards them while growling. The boy and girl's faces instantly turned pale. The murderous aura spreading out from the fire ape's body caused their originally freezing bodies to shiver even more. When the fire ape rushed towards them, the boy let out a scream and rapidly moved back while rolling and crawling. However, when a huge gust of wind blew past his side, the fire ape instantly closed in on him. It did not chase him down, but only looked as if it was having fun while also regarding the boy with scorn. It sat down beside the girl, who looked pale but did not retreat, then turned its head to regard her closely. The girl looked to be only 15 or 16. She was fair-skinned and her eyes were like that of a phoenix. While she might look terrified, she was looking resolutely at the fire ape. The fire ape bared its teeth at her, but even so, the girl continued sitting there, though her face became even paler. However, she did not do anything that would show that she was overly panicking. As if it felt rather bored, the fire ape laid down on the spot. Before long, it started snoring. Soon, the girl immediately noticed that it was no longer as cold in the area once it appeared. Waves of heat were spreading from the ape's body, causing her freezing body to gradually become warm. Her eyes instantly brightened up, and when she looked at the snoring fire ape, she no longer felt that it was ferocious. She was originally intelligent to begin with, and knew at that moment that the fire ape meant no harm. "Thank you, Senior," the girl stood up and said softly to Su Ming, who was meditating with his eyes closed not too far away. Su Ming continued meditating there as if he did not hear it. The girl was not bothered by it. She treaded lightly to the fire ape's side and lifted her hand as if she wanted to touch the fire ape's fur. But at that moment, the boy who had crawled into the distance and was so terrified that he was shivering immediately widened his eyes. He wanted to remind her of something in his panic but was afraid that the ape would wake up. The instant the girl almost touched the fire ape, it opened its eyes and started growling and baring its teeth her. It looked incredibly terrifying, as if it wanted to devour her. Fear emerged in the girl's heart, but she smiled faintly and pressed her right hand resolutely on the fire ape's fur, stroking it lightly. The boy's breathing was practically frozen at that point. The fire ape's growls gradually weakened. It cast the girl a look, then decided to lay down once again, letting her stroke its fur. Before long, it looked as if it was enjoying itself, and it made the girl let out tinkling laughter in her joy. "Ahu, come here, it's all right, this place is warm," the girl called out to the boy. The boy hesitated for a moment, then right when he was about to move his feet and walk over, the fire ape lifted its head and bared its teeth at him. The boy immediately froze in his footsteps, and did not dare get closer no matter what. Yet even so, the spot where he stood gradually became less cold, and warmth spread through his body. The night went by just like that. The girl lay against the warm fire ape and yawned, actually falling asleep while leaning against it. However, during that night, while being envious of her, though it was envy without any bitterness, the boy found himself to be terrified, and he could not sleep. While these two teenagers' personalities could not be entirely gauged with the fire ape's arrival, but Su Ming could figure them out slightly. When the first rays of sunlight fell in the morning, he opened his eyes and swept his gaze past the boy and girl. The boy is just envious, there's no jealousy or bitterness in him. He might be weak-willed, but when he saw his companion doing something so risky, he panicked. He's an honest fellow, but he needs to go through some hardships to become a stronger person. As for the girl, this child is bold, but sensitive. She can tell from the details that as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, she won't be in danger. She can also tell that I made the fire ape come to get rid of the cold for them. In fact, once she makes a decision, she won't give up easily. If she can continue being like this, then she might be able to go farther than the boy in her path of cultivation. However, that sort of personality makes her rather stubborn, and it might cause her to show extremist behavior. She's also the type to easily believe in other people, and she's rather childish. Then we talk about the chances of survival, then the chances of her dying are much higher than the boys. The two people sent by White Bull Tribe aren't too bad. Su Ming averted his gaze and closed his eyes once again. He always used himself as the standard when he judged a person. Time flowed by once again, and when noon arrived, the boy and girl had already woken up. The fire ape was nowhere to be found. The instant Su Ming opened his eyes once again, the 3 white soul stones placed before him suddenly shone with a gentle light. It was as if they had absorbed the rays of the sun from the sky. However, that light was not strong. Su Ming cast them a look, and lifted his right hand to wave it at the sky. Immediately, a gap appeared in the seal in the air, causing sunlight to descend downwards without any obstructions, illuminating the 3 soul stones. The boy and girl had also stood up and were looking at the 3 soul stones nervously. "Say, Senior, can we go over?" The one who spoke was the girl. Her voice was weak. Clearly, in her eyes, Su Ming was still a person who deserved respect. Once Su Ming nodded his head, the girl took a few brisk steps forward and sat down beside the 3 soul stones. The boy followed close behind with slightly shivering legs before he sat down. The two of them closed their eyes at the same time, then after they did something, the 3 soul stones immediately shone with a piercing light. The light spread outward swiftly, and once it enveloped Su Ming, it shot into the sky in a strong ray. The light lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before it gradually disappeared. As the light dissipated, Su Ming, along with the boy and girl, also disappeared. The gap in the seal in the sky also started closing up gradually, and only then did the place regain its peace and quiet. When that strong ray of light rose, the old man lifted his head to look at the sky while within White Bull Tribe, and an expectant look appeared on his face. The hope of White Bull Tribe lies in the both of you. Chapter 420. World of Nine Yin. The world of Nine Yin was discovered by the Nine Li tribe when the Shaman tribe just appeared in the land. It is one of the bigger ruins left behind from ancient times. It seems to be located in a different dimension compared to the world of the Berserkers. Nine is contained in its name because the Nine Li tribe was the one who explored the place and occupied a small region within the area. From then on, it became the territory of the god of Shaman's temple, and they built the one and only city belonging to us shamans in this place. The name of the city is Shaman City. The boy's somewhat young voice rang in Su Ming's ears lightly. In this place, there was a gray sky, covered by tumbling clouds. Occasionally, bolts of lightning would flash past. Thunder boomed in the sky, and due to the clouds sinking because of their heavy weight, it gave people an oppressive feeling. The word yin is due to the dense aura of death contained in this place when it was first discovered. That aura of death could instantly kill a living person, and there are a lot of dangers and threats in this place as well. That's why it was named yin. As the boy whispered, Su Ming swept his gaze past the area. They were in a mountain forest filled with fog. There were no leaves on the trees in the forest, but those trees were not dried up. Instead, they had quite the hideous appearance, looking like fingers on a person's hands, and they were scattered all over the mountain range. The world of Nine Yin is so big that us shamans have only occupied a tiny part of it. However, the discoveries we made in several spots in this place allowed 3 types of cultivation to appear among us. One of them are the soul catchers. This cultivation method was discovered when our ancestors found a candle dragon's complete carcass. Even if there are some records about ancient ferocious beasts like this that only exist in legends, most of those records are incomplete. Most people believe they were just rumors as well. It is impossible for there to be a being that can bring daylight by opening its eyes, then plunge the world into darkness by closing its eyes. We thought this was just a myth created by the ancients because they did not understand how day and night works. However, the discovery of this corpse changed everything. The boy's breathing quickened and anxiety appeared in his eyes as he spoke quickly. Su Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain rock while looking at the hideous mountain forest before him. The boy stood by his side. As for the girl, she was currently tied up by the branches of a big tree several hundreds of feet away. Her face was pale and she was struggling non-stop. There was a knife in her hands, and that knife was stuck in that tree. Green liquid seeped out of it. "Continue," Su Ming said languidly. "The candle dragon might be dead, but there is a powerful will left in its complete carcass." The ancestors of shamans discovered that only certain people with certain constitutions can absorb a hint of that will into their bodies and use it for their cultivation. With the body as the foundation, the person will practice the divine abilities contained within the candle dragon's will. This is the origins of soul catchers, but for some unknown reason, the candle dragon's corpse cannot be brought out of this place. That's why we hold the legacy of the month of spirits once every decade. On the beginning of the month of spirits, each tribe will bring out the soul stones they've prepared and let the tribe members who can let these soul stones shine enter the world of Nine Yin through the power of the soul stones activated by the god of Shaman's temple spell. The boy's voice was trembling. He saw that the girl's face had turned stark white, and she seemed like she was already losing her grip on the knife. There was even a hint of the aura of death on her face. However, she was still struggling. "Senior, please save Lan Lan. She's going to die. She should know that she made a mistake now. Please." Su Ming's expression still remained as calm as ever. He cast a cold glance at the boy and stated, "Continue." The boy shuddered, then after remaining silent for a while, he spoke softly once again. "Besides the candle dragon's corpse, they also discovered an altar here. That altar is made of a creature's skull. Rumors say that it's incredibly big. There's a power contained in that altar that won't lose to the candle dragons. That power is not a will, but is instead a strange power that cannot be described. Most of the shamans who fall under the influence of this power will start hallucinating until they die. Only some people will not die after they see those hallucinations. Once they break out of those hallucinations, they will possess a similar power to that altar. Those are thought soothsayers. As the boy spoke, the girl's struggles gradually grew weaker. She had trouble breathing, and her face was breathless. The knife in her hand fell to the ground. At the same time, the strange tree lifted another branch slowly. The tip of that branch was beyond sharp, and that tip was sent hurling to the girl's forehead. Yet the moment the branch closed in, green light shone on Su Ming's body. The small virescent sword shot out and swept past that branch with one slash, cutting it down. Then, the small virescent sword flashed one more time and moved on to cut down all the branches on the tree. It also circled the girl once to immediately shatter the branch around her body. She fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth, and once she struggled to her feet, she grabbed the knife. She did not immediately run back to Su Ming, but instead turned around and stabbed the knife deep into tree, causing it to tremble violently. During that time, the girl pulled out the knife and quickly ran back to Su Ming. When she was 10 feet away from him, she fell to her knees with a crash and her head lowered. She was still pale. "Senior, I made a mistake." "What is your mistake?" Su Ming cast the girl a glance. There were many bruises on her skin, and she was also covered in her own blood. "I should not have gone for the knife on the tree due to my own greed after we were relocated here and before you said anything about it, then went 100 feet away from you to try and get it. Please give me one more chance, I won't be so reckless anymore." The girl had her head bowed down. Fear was still lingering on her face. The thing that had happened just now made her truly feel death and despair. "You didn't do anything wrong." With a profound gaze, Su Ming looked at the girl through the mask. She was taken aback. She lifted her head to look at Su Ming, and confusion appeared on her face. "If you want to obtain something, then you must pay for it. If the reward is great, then the price for it will be greater. Riches will only be gained if you take risks. If you like this knife, then you must be prepared to pay the price when you take it. Your experience about that encounter is that price. Think about it carefully. I might have made a promise with your patriarch, but I will only save you 3 times, Su Ming stated calmly. You were bold, but sensitive. You knew that even if you ran into danger, I would save you. You were better than him in this regard. However, even though you are still weak, you have already become very reliant on others and are not cautious enough, nor do you have much awareness of the threats around you. In this regard, you cannot compare to him." Su Ming averted his gaze from the girl and looked at the gray sky in the distance. "Ahu, continue speaking." The boy cast a concerned look at the girl kneeling on the ground, then lowered his head and voiced his obedience before he continued speaking beside Su Ming. "The third place is a mass grave that is the burial ground for an unknown number of corpses. The thickness of the aura of death over there is said to be so thick that it has already gained physical form. That spot is the birthplace of spirit mediums. Those with a spirit medium's constitution are said to be able to sense the grief of the deceased over there, and from there, begin to pity the dead while becoming cold towards the living, and they will gain the power of death from that feeling. The area of 1,000,000 li about the shaman city is shaman territory. It is also where the shamans have set their roots in this land. The area past that 1,000,000 li is forbidden grounds. All the tribe members who come to this place are not allowed to step into the forbidden grounds. Few of those who step outside manage to survive." As the boy continued speaking, the girl sat down beside Su Ming, and the words he had told her previously echoed in her head. She dipped her head down to look at the knife in her hands, as if she was absorbed in her own thoughts. As the month of spirits arrives, there will be different people with soul catchers' constitutions who will be sent to different locations within the shaman's territory here, and none of them will be able to control where they are sent to. However, once they arrive, they must remember 3 things. 1. Do not try and explore the area. Check the mark on the soul stone quickly and head to Shaman City with the fastest speed possible. Over there, register your identity and your tribe to obtain the map and items provided by the god of Shaman's temple. Only then will you be able to start your journey to obtain the cultivation method of soul catchers. 2. It is forbidden for any shamans to fight amongst themselves. All shamans who have not completed their journey and obtained the cultivation method of soul catchers are not allowed to form alliances with those from other tribes who have also come for the journey. Forming alliances and joining teams can only be done after we have completed our journey and obtained the cultivation method for soul catchers. 3. Do not be greedy. Once you completed your journey and obtained the cultivation method for soul catchers, immediately head back to Shaman City. Once he said those words, the boy cast Su Ming a glance. When he saw that Su Ming still looked as calm as ever, he continued speaking. There are several types of dangers in the world of Nine Yin. The first type is invaders from other worlds. It would be difficult for us to avoid killing each other if we ran into them. The second type is from the tribes of the shaman tribe itself. Since there are less than 100 who complete the journey and obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers during each month of spirits, we can deduce somewhat that there might be a set amount of people who can obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers. Perhaps if there are too many people, it will be difficult for us to absorb a sufficient amount of the candle dragon's will, but there might be other reasons as well, so we have to be careful of the other shamans. The third is the numerous seals in this place, along with the threats caused by the countless amounts of ferocious beasts here. The boy stopped speaking for a moment. Senior, I've finished speaking. My patriarch told me to tell you these after I came here. I didn't miss a single word. I already memorized this countless times in the tribe. As the boy spoke, he looked at Su Ming nervously. Su Ming looked as calm as ever, but he was feeling rather displeased. The patriarch from White Bull tribe didn't mention that there would be fights between other shamans here. If that's the case, he won't be able to complete this task so easily. However, due to his respect for the old man from White Bull tribe and the fact that he was shocked by the item the old man brought out, since Su Ming agreed to help, he would not say much about it. He stood up and said flatly, "Check where Shaman City is and how far it is from here. We'll go and register your tribe there first. We won't stay for long after that. We'll be leaving the city immediately." The girl immediately brought out the soul stone from her bosom, bit her finger, forced out a drop of blood, and pressed her finger on the soul stone. The stone immediately shone with a weak light that showed them the way. "We need to travel approximately 300,000 li from here." The girl let out a sigh of relief and pointed in the direction of the strange forest. They were already considered lucky to be able to be sent to a spot 300,000 li away from Shaman City, under the circumstances that they could be randomly relocated within an area of 1,000,000 li. "Let's go." Su Ming walked forward calmly. Green light shone on him, and the small sword circled around them to protect the boy and girl as they followed him into the strange forest.